Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Dark Birthright. In the deepest realms beneath the surface world, where no sun has ever shone, and no gentle breeze has ever stirred the stagnant air, there exists a city that defies the very notion of civilization. Here, in the twisted spires and web-shrouded towers of Menzoberranzan, the dark elves have built their greatest monument to cruelty, a society so fundamentally corrupt that goodness itself is viewed as weakness, and mercy is the gravest sin one can commit. It was into this realm of perpetual night and endless malice that Driz Do'Urden drew his first breath, born under the crimson glow of sacrificial fires and the watchful eyes of spider-shaped idols. The very air he breathed was thick with the incense of unholy rituals, and the first sounds to reach his ears were not lullabies, but the screams of those being offered to Lolth, the Spider Queen, whose web of deceit and betrayal had ensnared an entire race for millennia uncounted. House Do'Urden stood among the noble families of Menzoberranzan, their compound, a fortress of black stone and gleaming obsidian, adorned with the silver threads of actual giant spider webs that served as both decoration and warning. The house bore the favor of Lolth herself, its matron mother, Malice Do'Urden, wielding power that could end lives with a whispered word or a casual gesture. In this matriarchal society, where females ruled absolutely and males existed only to serve, the birth of another son was seen as little more than the acquisition of another tool, another weapon to be shaped and wielded in the endless games of power that consumed Drow society. Yet from the moment of his birth, there was something different about this child, something that the midwives and priestesses could not name, but instinctively feared. His eyes, those violet orbs that would one day look upon the surface world with wonder rather than hatred, held a light that seemed to burn too bright for the darkness of Menzoberranzan. Even as an infant, there was a quality to his gaze that suggested he saw more than he should, understood more than was safe, and questioned more than was wise. Malice Do'Urden looked upon her newborn son with the cold calculation that marked all her kind, seeing in him the potential for greatness that could elevate their house to new heights of power and influence. She named him Drizzt, a name that in the ancient Drow tongue carried meanings of shadow and stealth, of death dealt silently in the darkness. It was a name meant to invoke fear in enemies and respect from allies, a name that would be spoken in hushed tones in the corridors of power throughout the Underdark. But names, as any student of fate knows, carry their own power, and sometimes that power manifests in ways that their givers never intended. The shadow that was meant to fall upon others would instead fall upon the very society that sought to shape him. The stealth that was meant to serve evil would instead serve to hide acts of mercy and compassion, and the death that was meant to flow from his blades would be reserved for those who truly deserved it, not innocent victims offered up to satisfy a spider goddess's endless hunger for suffering. As Drizzt grew from infant to child within the twisted halls of House Do'Urden, the contradictions that would define his entire existence began to manifest with increasing clarity. The lessons of cruelty that were drummed into him from birth seemed to slide off his consciousness like water from polished stone, finding no purchase in a mind that instinctively recoiled from unnecessary suffering. Where other Drow children delighted in the torment of captured surface dwellers, or the elaborate punishments meted out to slaves who had displeased their masters, Young Drizzt found himself turning away, his stomach churning with an emotion he had no name for, but would later recognize as shame. The tutors and priestesses who oversaw his early education were baffled by his responses to their carefully crafted lessons in hatred and domination. When shown how to properly torture a captive to extract information, he would ask why they could not simply ask for what they wanted to know. When taught the sacred rituals of sacrifice to Lolth, he would wonder aloud why a goddess required pain and death to prove devotion. Such questions were not merely discouraged, they were dangerous, bordering on heretical, and more than one tutor suggested to Malice that perhaps this particular son was defective, damaged in some fundamental way that made him unsuitable for the role that awaited him. But Malice Do'Urden was too ambitious to discard a potentially powerful tool simply because it required more careful handling than expected. She recognized that Drizzt possessed natural talents that, properly channeled, could make him one of the deadliest warriors in all of Menzoberranzan. His reflexes were lightning quick even as a child, his balance perfect, his understanding of combat tactics intuitive and brilliant. If his moral qualms could be beaten out of him through proper training and sufficient brutality, he could become the perfect weapon for House Do'Urden's continued ascension. The compound of House Do'Urden became both school and prison for young Drizzt, its halls echoing with the sounds of combat training and the screams of those who had failed to meet expectations. He learned to move through shadows as silently as mist, to read the intentions of opponents in the subtle shift of their weight or the flicker of their eyes. His hands were trained to wield the twin scimitars that would become his signature weapons, the curved blades becoming extensions of his will, dancing through combat forms with a grace that even his cruel instructors had to admire. Yet for all their efforts to mold him into the perfect Drow warrior, his teachers could not touch the core of his being, that essential spark of compassion that burned steadily within him despite all attempts to extinguish it. In quiet moments, when the watchful eyes of priestesses and weapon masters were turned elsewhere, Drizzt would find himself drawn to small acts of kindness that he instinctively knew were forbidden. He would share his food with hungry slaves, tend to wounds that his instructors had inflicted during particularly brutal training sessions, and offer comfort to those who had been broken by the casual cruelty that permeated every aspect of Drow society. These secret acts of rebellion were dangerous beyond measure, for in Menzoberranzan, kindness was not merely frowned upon, it was evidence of weakness, of corruption by surface world values that threatened the very foundation of Drow civilization. Discovery would mean not merely punishment, but the kind of creative torment that Drow priestesses had elevated to an art form, followed by eventual death or transformation into one of the mindless undead servants that shambled through the city's lower levels. As Drizzt approached the age when he would be expected to begin formal weapons training at Melee Mag there, the warrior academy that produced the finest fighters in Drow society, the tension between his true nature and the expectations placed upon him reached a fever pitch. His family, particularly his eldest sister Varna, began to notice the subtle signs of his moral deviation, the way his eyes would soften when witnessing punishment, the hesitation in his strikes when sparring with captured surface dwellers, the questions that he was careful not to ask, but that lingered in his expression nonetheless. It was during this time that Drizzt first encountered his father, Zachnafein Do'Urden, the weapon master of House Do'Urden, and perhaps the most skilled fighter in all of Menzoberranzan. Zachnafein was a figure of legend even among the Drow, his reputation built upon countless victories in combat and his mastery of fighting techniques that bordered on the supernatural. Yet when Drizzt met his father's eyes for the first time during a formal presentation ceremony, he saw something that shocked him to his core recognition. In Zachnafein's ancient gaze, Drizzt saw the same questions that plagued his own thoughts, the same revulsion at the casual cruelty that surrounded them, the same desperate desire for something better than the endless cycle of hatred and betrayal that defined Drow existence. It was a moment of connection that neither dared acknowledge openly, but that would prove to be the foundation for the most important relationship of Drizzt's early life. The weapon master began to take a special interest in his son's training, ostensibly to prepare him for the trials that awaited at the academy, but in reality to pass on something far more valuable than mere fighting techniques. Through carefully coded conversations and training sessions, conducted away from prying eyes, Zachnafein began to plant seeds of doubt about the righteousness of Drow society, to suggest that strength without honor was merely brutality, and that true victory came not from defeating the weak, but from protecting them. These lessons were delivered with the utmost caution, for Zachnafein knew better than anyone the price of open rebellion against the established order. He had seen too many good Drow disappear into the torture chambers of the priestesses, their minds broken and their souls corrupted, until nothing remained but empty shells that served as warnings to others who might dare to question the will of Lolth. Yet he also recognized in his son a spirit that might be strong enough to survive what he himself had endured for centuries, the agony of living as a decent soul trapped within an indecent society. As Drizd's formal education continued, the contradictions of his existence became ever more pronounced. He excelled at every martial discipline he was taught, his natural talent enhanced by intensive training that pushed his body and reflexes to superhuman levels. Yet, with each victory in the practice ring, each perfectly executed combat form, each demonstration of the deadly skills that made Drow warriors feared throughout the Underdark, he felt himself moving further away from the person he wanted to become. The other students at the preliminary training sessions were everything that Drow society expected its young warriors to be: cruel, ambitious, utterly without mercy or conscience. They delighted in the screams of training victims, competed to devise ever more creative torments for captured enemies, and spoke casually of the great deeds they would perform in service to Lolth and their respective houses. Among such company, Drizd's reluctance to embrace the full darkness of Drow culture marked him as different, dangerous, potentially defective. Yet it was precisely this difference that caught the attention of those who mattered most in the hierarchy of House Do'Urden. Malice Do'Urden began to see in her son's moral conflicts not a weakness to be eliminated, but a strength that could be turned to her advantage. A warrior who questioned the righteousness of his actions might be controllable where a mindlessly brutal one would not be. A fighter who retained some vestige of conscience could be manipulated through threats to those he sought to protect. In the complex games of power that consumed noble Drow houses, Drizd's very compassion might prove to be the weapon that elevated House Do'Urden above all its rivals. This realization marked a new phase in Drizd's preparation for the trials ahead, as his family began to craft elaborate plans for how his unique nature might be exploited rather than eliminated. They would send him to Melee Magthere not as a perfectly molded Drow warrior, but as something far more valuable, a weapon that could think, that could adapt, that could surprise enemies who expected only mindless brutality from their Drow opponents. The irony was not lost on Zachnafein, who watched these machinations with growing despair and determination. He had hoped to save his son from the fate that had claimed his own soul, to somehow extract him from the web of corruption that ensnared all Drow society. Instead, he saw that Drizd's very goodness was being catalogued and weaponized, turned into just another tool in the endless struggle for dominance that consumed their race. As the time approached for Drizzt to depart for the Warrior Academy, father and son shared a final training session in the deepest chambers of House Do'Urden, away from the eyes and ears of those who would use their words against them. In that shadowy sanctuary, surrounded by the implements of war that had defined both their lives, Zachnafein spoke the words that would echo in Drizd's mind for decades to come. "Remember always," the weapon master whispered, his voice barely audible above the distant sounds of the city above, "that strength without honor is the path of the beast, that victory without righteousness is merely another form of defeat, and that sometimes the greatest courage lies not in drawing your blade, but in knowing when to keep it sheathed." These words, simple yet profound, carried within them the weight of centuries of accumulated wisdom and pain. They were the last gift that a father could give to a son who was about to enter a world designed to strip away everything that made him human, to transform him into just another instrument of darkness in service to an evil goddess's endless hunger for suffering and betrayal. As Drizzt prepared to leave the only home he had ever known, he carried with him more than just his weapons and his training. He bore the burden of expectations from a family that saw him as a tool for advancement, the legacy of a father who had sacrificed his own soul in the hope of saving his sons, and most dangerous of all, the flickering flame of conscience that refused to be extinguished, no matter how many shadows were cast upon it. The young Drow who walked through the gates of Menzoberranzan toward the towers of Mele Mag, there was already a living contradiction, a being caught between the darkness of his birth and the light of his nature. He was, though he did not yet know it, already begun upon the path that would lead him away from everything he had ever known, toward a destiny that would challenge the very foundations of Drow society, and ultimately forge one of the greatest legends in the history of the Underdark. Behind him, the city of his birth continued its eternal dance of cruelty and ambition, its spires reaching toward cavern ceilings like grasping claws, its streets echoing with the sounds of suffering that fed the Spider Queen's insatiable appetite. Yet something had changed in those twisted corridors, something that the priestesses and matron mothers could not yet perceive, but would eventually come to fear above all else: the birth of hope in a place where hope was the deadliest heresy of all. Thus begins the legend of Drizzt Do'Urden, born in darkness but destined for light, shaped by cruelty but defined by compassion, trained as a weapon but determined to become something far more dangerous to the established order, a symbol of the possibility that even in the deepest shadows, the flame of righteousness can never be completely extinguished. Chapter 2. The Academy of Shadows. There exists no more terrible corruption than the systematic destruction of innocence in the name of education, no more profound tragedy than watching young minds twisted into instruments of evil through careful application of brutality and indoctrination. In the halls of learning, where wisdom should flourish and character should be forged in the fires of noble challenge, the greatest crimes against the soul are often committed with methodical precision, dressed in the robes of tradition, and justified by the needs of society. The Academy of Mele Magthere rose from the cavern floor of Menzoberranzan, like a monument to martial perfection, its towers spiraling upward in defiance of the natural stone that surrounded the Drow city, built from blocks of the deepest black stone, and reinforced with veins of mithril that caught and reflected the faint magical light that illuminated the Underdark. The Academy stood as both fortress and temple, a place where the finest young Drow warriors were forged in the crucible of combat and molded into the perfect instruments of their dark society's will. For over 2 millennia, the Academy had served as the proving ground for Drow nobility, its halls echoing with the clash of blade against blade, the sharp commands of weapon masters, and the cries of those who failed to meet the exacting standards demanded of Lolth's chosen warriors. Within its walls, the sons of noble houses learned not merely how to fight, but how to embody the very essence of Drow's superiority, the casual cruelty that marked their interactions with lesser beings, the strategic thinking that turned every relationship into a potential advantage, and the absolute loyalty to the Spider Queen that superseded all other considerations, including family, friendship, and personal desire. It was into this crucible of controlled violence and systematic corruption that Drizzt Do'Urden walked on a morning when the great stalactites above Menzoberranzan wept their eternal tears of mineral-rich water, each drop catching the ambient magical light like fallen stars. He came not as an eager student ready to embrace the darkness of his heritage, but as a reluctant participant in a ritual that he sensed would test not merely his physical abilities, but the very core of his being. The first lesson at Mele Magthere was always the same, a demonstration that served to establish the fundamental principles upon which all subsequent training would be built. In the great central courtyard of the Academy, where the assembled students could witness every detail, a group of captured surface dwellers were brought forth in chains, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed upon the assembled young Drow who would decide their fate. Master Hatchnet, the Academy's chief instructor, and a Drow whose reputation for cruelty was legendary, even by the standards of Menzoberranzan, stood before the assembled students with the casual confidence of one who had performed this ritual countless times before. His scarred hands, marked by decades of combat and torture, gestured toward the terrified captives with the same indifference one might show toward training equipment or practice targets. "Observe," he commanded, his voice carrying the authority of absolute power. "The difference between those who are chosen of Lolth and those who exist merely to serve our will. These surface dwellers represent everything weak and contemptible about the world above. Their belief in mercy as strength, their worship of light rather than shadow, their pathetic adherence to codes of honor that serve only to limit their effectiveness in combat." What followed was a systematic demonstration of torture techniques, each method carefully explained not merely for its effectiveness in extracting information, but for its psychological impact upon both victim and observer. The students were required to watch as Master Zachnafein displayed the proper application of pain to break the will, the precise timing required to maintain consciousness during extended interrogation, and the artful use of hope and despair as tools of control. For most of the assembled young Drow, this was a moment of triumph, a confirmation of their superiority over the weak surface races, and an introduction to powers they had long dreamed of wielding. They watched with eager attention, asking technical questions about technique and timing, competing to suggest innovations that might make the process more efficient or more agonizing. The screams of the captives were to them merely background noise, no more significant than the sound of rain against stone. But for Drizzt, standing among his classmates with his face carefully composed in an expression of attentive interest, the demonstration was a revelation of horror that shook him to his very foundations. Each scream seemed to pierce his consciousness like a blade. Each plea for mercy echoed in his mind, long after the words had been spoken, and each casual laugh from his fellow students felt like a weight added to his soul. He found himself studying not the techniques being demonstrated, but the faces of the victims, seeing in their eyes the same capacity for fear, pain, and hope that he recognized in himself. These were not the faceless monsters that Drow propaganda had taught him to expect from surface dwellers, but individuals with their own dreams, fears, and loved ones, reduced to objects of amusement for the entertainment of those who claimed superiority through accident of birth, rather than merit of character. When Master Zachnafein called upon volunteers to practice the techniques they had observed, Drizzt felt his stomach clench with revulsion as eager hands shot up around him. His classmates stepped forward with barely contained excitement, viewing the opportunity to inflict pain as a privilege to be earned rather than a burden to be endured. Each student who participated seemed to grow more confident, more assured of their place in the natural order that elevated Drow above all other races. Dordan, the master's voice, cut through Drizzt's internal struggle like a whip crack, drawing the attention of every student in the courtyard. "Your reputation precedes you. Show us what House Dordan has taught you about the proper treatment of inferior beings." The moment stretched like an eternity as Drizzt stepped forward, his hand instinctively moving to the hilt of one of his scimitars. Around him he could feel the weight of expectation from his classmates, the analytical gaze of his instructors, and most powerfully, the desperate hope in the eyes of the remaining captives, who perhaps saw something in his expression that suggested he might be different from the others. What followed was a performance worthy of the greatest actors who had ever graced the stages of Waterdeep or Calimport, as Drizzt managed to satisfy the technical requirements of the demonstration, while finding ways to minimize the actual suffering inflicted. His blade work was flawless, his technique beyond reproach, but the cuts he made were shallow. The pressure points he chose were those that caused brief pain rather than lasting damage, and the psychological techniques he employed were designed more to create the appearance of effectiveness than actual torment. To the watching instructors and students, his performance appeared to demonstrate the sophisticated training that marked the scions of noble houses, a level of skill that suggested he would one day rank among the Academy's finest graduates. But to the captive who served as his unwilling partner in this charade, Drizzt's whispered words carried a different message entirely, apologies spoken in languages the Drow did not expect him to know, promises that the pain would end soon, and most dangerous of all, the quiet assurance that not all Drow were monsters. This deception marked the beginning of a double life that would define Drizd's entire time at Melee Magthere, as he learned to excel at every aspect of his martial training, while secretly subverting the underlying philosophy that was meant to accompany such skills. He mastered the forms of combat that made Drow warriors legendary throughout the Underdark, his blades singing through practice sequences with a grace and precision that earned him recognition as one of the Academy's most promising students. In the sparring circles, where students faced each other in ritualized combat that served to establish the hierarchies that would govern their future interactions, Drizd's natural talent and intensive early training made him virtually unbeatable. His scimitars moved with a speed that seemed to bend the very laws of physics, creating patterns of light and shadow that mesmerized opponents even as they cut through their defenses with surgical precision. Yet even in victory, Drizzt found ways to honor the fallen dignity of his opponents, offering hands to help them rise when custom demanded they grovel, speaking words of respect for their skills when tradition called for mockery of their weakness, and refusing to claim the additional privileges that victory was meant to bestow upon the dominant student. Such behavior was noted by his instructors as unusual but not necessarily problematic, interpreted as the confidence of one whose superiority was so absolute that petty displays of dominance were beneath his notice. It was during his second year at the Academy that Drizzt encountered the individual who would prove to be both his closest friend and his greatest tragedy within those halls of learning. Maso Hunet was everything that Drow society expected its young nobles to become: ambitious, ruthless, possessed of a casual cruelty that marked him as one destined for greatness within the hierarchy of Menzoberranzan. He was also intelligent enough to recognize that Drizd's unusual behavior patterns might represent either a weakness to be exploited or a strength to be cultivated for his own advancement. The friendship that developed between them was built upon layers of deception and misunderstanding that would have been tragic under any circumstances, but which became absolutely devastating given the moral gulf that separated their fundamental natures. Masoj saw in Drizzt a kindred spirit who was simply more sophisticated in his approach to cruelty, more strategic in his application of power, more subtle in his pursuit of dominance. Drizzt saw in Masoj a fellow student who might be reached, who might be shown that there were alternatives to the path of darkness that Drow society demanded they follow. Their conversations, conducted in the shadowy alcoves of the Academy during brief respites from training, revealed the profound tragedy of a society that had so thoroughly corrupted its youth that they could no longer recognize goodness, even when it sat beside them speaking words of friendship and compassion. Maso would boast of the creative torments he had devised for captured enemies, expecting admiration for his innovation and efficiency. Drizzt would respond with carefully neutral observations that suggested tactical considerations rather than moral objections, all while his soul recoiled from every casual description of suffering inflicted for amusement. The breaking point came during their third year, when advanced students were expected to participate in raids against surface settlements, missions that served both as training exercises and as opportunities to gather slaves and plunder for the greater glory of Menzoberranzan. The raid that would shatter Drizd's carefully maintained facade of compliance was directed against a small farming community that had the misfortune to establish itself above one of the hidden entrances to the Underdark. The attack came in the dead of night, when the surface dwellers were most vulnerable, and their primitive senses least able to detect the approach of Drow raiders. It was meant to be a demonstration of tactical superiority, a carefully orchestrated ballet of violence that would leave no survivors, but would provide maximum opportunity for the students to practice the techniques they had learned in the sterile environment of the Academy's training halls. Drizzt moved through the assault with mechanical precision, his body performing the actions that had been drilled into him through years of intensive training, while his mind reeled from the reality of what he was participating in. Around him, his classmates threw themselves into the slaughter with enthusiastic abandon, competing to see who could claim the most impressive kills. who could demonstrate the most creative applications of the torture techniques they had mastered, who could best embody the ideals of Drow superiority through acts of casual brutality against helpless victims. But when Drizzt came upon a small dwelling where a family of surface dwellers huddled in terror, when he saw the father attempting to shield his wife and children with nothing but his own body, and a farming tool that could never stand against Drow steel, something fundamental broke within him. The carefully constructed walls that had allowed him to compartmentalize his training from his conscience collapsed in an instant, and he found himself face to face with the true meaning of everything he had been taught. What followed was a moment of choice that would define not only his remaining time at the academy, but the entire trajectory of his life thereafter. Standing in that humble dwelling, with his blades drawn and his classmates expecting him to demonstrate the lessons he had learned, Drizzt made the decision that transformed him from complicit victim of Drow society into its active enemy. Instead of striking down the defenseless family, he turned his blades upon his fellow students, moving with a speed and precision that caught them completely off guard. His scimitars sang through the air with deadly purpose, cutting down 3 of his classmates before the others could even comprehend what was happening. The family he had been expected to slaughter fled into the night, carrying with them the knowledge that not all dark elves were monsters, that even in the deepest shadows, conscience could still prevail over conditioning. The aftermath of that night's raid saw Drizzt return to Melee Magthere in chains, his actions having been interpreted not as moral awakening, but as evidence of severe mental instability that threatened the very foundations of Drow military doctrine. The official explanation for his behavior focused on temporary madness brought on by the stress of advanced training, a condition that could be corrected through intensive rehabilitation and renewed indoctrination. But Master Hatchnet and the other senior instructors recognized something far more dangerous in Drizzt's actions, the presence of genuine moral conviction that could not be beaten out of him through traditional methods. Such a student represented a threat not merely to military discipline, but to the entire philosophical structure upon which Drow society was built. If word spread that a noble-born Drow could reject the teachings of Loth and still demonstrate superior combat abilities, it might inspire others to question the foundations of their civilization. The rehabilitation that followed was designed to break Drizzt's spirit without destroying his combat effectiveness, to crush his moral convictions while preserving the martial skills that made him valuable to House Dordern. He was subjected to isolation in the Academy's deepest cells, where the only light came from phosphorescent fungi that cast everything in sickly, unnatural hues. He was forced to watch endless repetitions of the torture demonstrations he had failed to appreciate properly, with the understanding that his failure to demonstrate appropriate enthusiasm would result in more severe punishments. Most cruelly, he was made to witness the consequences of his moral choices, as captured surface dwellers were brought before him and tortured to death, while his instructors explained that their suffering was the direct result of his weakness and sentimentality. Each scream was laid at his feet, each plea for mercy attributed to his failure to properly eliminate threats to Drow security, each death presented as evidence of the practical consequences of his philosophical delusions. Yet through all of this systematic assault upon his sanity and moral conviction, Drizzt found within himself a core of strength that his tormentors could not touch. The memory of that farming family disappearing into the night, carrying with them proof that goodness could still triumph over evil, became a flame that no amount of darkness could extinguish. He learned to hide his thoughts more carefully, to present the appearance of rehabilitation while preserving the essential truth of his nature in the deepest chambers of his heart. When he was finally returned to regular classes, Drizzt had become something that the Academy had never before produced. A perfectly trained Drow warrior, whose skills were matched only by his absolute rejection of everything that Drow society represented. He had learned to play the role expected of him with consummate skill, but beneath the surface performance, he remained fundamentally unchanged. A wolf in wolf's clothing who had somehow retained the heart of a shepherd. His friendship with Mazo resumed, but now it carried an undercurrent of tragedy that neither could acknowledge directly. Mazo celebrated what he saw as his friends returned to proper Drow values, praising the newfound ruthlessness that he believed the rehabilitation had instilled. Drizzt accepted these congratulations with appropriate grace, all while knowing that each word of praise was based upon a fundamental misunderstanding of his true nature. The final years of academy training passed in a blur of advanced combat techniques, strategic studies, and leadership exercises designed to prepare the students for their eventual roles as officers in the armies of Menzoberranzan. Drizzt excelled at every challenge placed before him, his natural abilities enhanced by the bitter knowledge of what awaited him upon graduation, a lifetime of service to a society that he had come to view as fundamentally evil, with no hope of escape and no possibility of redemption. Yet even in the depths of despair, he found small ways to honor the conscience that his teachers had tried so hard to destroy. He would leave anonymous warnings for intended victims of Drow raids, ensuring that surface settlements had just enough advance notice to minimize casualties. He would sabotage equipment in ways that would cause raids to fail without leaving evidence of deliberate interference. Most dangerously, he would find ways to communicate with captured surface dwellers, offering what comfort he could to those who had been condemned to lives of slavery or torture. These acts of quiet rebellion were enough to preserve his sanity and moral core, but they also served as constant reminders of his powerlessness within the system that had shaped him. Each small victory against Drow cruelty only emphasized the vast ocean of suffering that he was unable to prevent. Each life saved a bitter reminder of the countless others that he had been forced to help destroy through his participation in the Academy's training exercises. As graduation approached, bringing with it the prospect of formal induction into the ranks of Menzoberranzan's military elite, Drizzt found himself contemplating possibilities that would have been unthinkable when he first entered the Academy's halls. The young Drow who had once hoped to find some way to serve his house with honor had been replaced by a hardened survivor who understood that honor and Drow service were mutually exclusive concepts, that true loyalty to his own nature would require the ultimate betrayal of everything his society expected from him. The ceremony that marked the end of his time at Melee Mag, there was attended by representatives of all the noble houses, including the proud delegation from House Do'Urden, who had come to witness their son's transformation into a perfect instrument of their will. They saw in his flawless performance during the final examinations confirmation that their investment in his education had been worthwhile, that the temporary setback of his rehabilitation had only served to make him stronger and more focused than ever before. But Zachnafein, watching from the shadows of the ceremonial hall, saw something very different in his son's carefully controlled expressions and precisely executed movements. The weapon master recognized the signs of a soul under tremendous pressure, of a spirit that had been bent nearly to the breaking point, but had somehow managed to avoid shattering completely. In Drizzt's violet eyes, he saw the same desperate hunger for escape that had haunted his own existence for centuries, the same bitter knowledge that duty to family and duty to conscience could never be reconciled within the confines of Drow society. As the Academy gates closed behind him for the final time, Drizzt Do'Urden emerged into the twisted streets of Menzoberranzan as something unprecedented in the history of the Drow, a perfectly trained warrior whose greatest enemy was the very civilization that had created him, a weapon turned against its makers, a shadow that would soon learn to seek the light. Chapter 3: The Hunter's Exile. There is perhaps no greater test of character than absolute solitude, no more profound crucible for the soul than exile from all companionship and comfort. In the depths of isolation, stripped of the social bonds that define our identities and the familiar patterns that give structure to our days, we discover what we truly are beneath the accumulated layers of civilization, education, and expectation. Some emerge from such trials purified, their essential goodness refined by suffering into something approaching wisdom. Others descend into madness or savagery, their humanity eroded by loneliness until nothing remains but base instinct and primal hunger. The tunnels of the Underdark stretched away from Menzoberranzan, like the arteries of some vast stone heart, carrying life and death through passages carved by water, magic, and the patient work of countless creatures over eons beyond counting. These were the wild places where civilization had never gained more than a tenuous foothold, where the laws of the Drow held no sway, and survival depended not upon political maneuvering or social standing, but upon the sharpness of one's blade and the quickness of one's reflexes. It was into this realm of endless night and constant danger that Drizzt Do'Urden fled, carrying nothing but his weapons, the clothes upon his back, and the bitter knowledge that he could never return to the only home he had ever known. Behind him lay Menzoberranzan, its twisted spires still glowing with the unholy light of Lolth's favor, its streets echoing with the sounds of a society that had branded him traitor and exile. Ahead stretched only darkness, uncertainty, and the grim promise that death would likely claim him long before he could find any place of refuge or peace. The transformation from civilized Drow noble to wild creature of the deep tunnels did not happen overnight, but unfolded over months and years of gradual adaptation to an environment that demanded the abandonment of everything soft, everything refined, everything that marked the difference between rational being and beast. The elegant combat forms he had mastered at Melee Mag, they proved inadequate for the chaotic reality of tunnel fighting, where opponents might attack from any direction and terrain could shift without warning. The social graces that had served him in the halls of House Do'Urden became meaningless burdens in a world where communication was more often accomplished through bared steel than spoken words. Most profoundly, the moral principles that had driven him to exile began to blur and fade under the relentless pressure of survival, as situations arose where choice was reduced to kill or be killed, where mercy meant death and hesitation invited destruction. The Underdark recognized no distinction between noble and commoner, between righteous and wicked, between those who deserved life and those who had forfeited their right to existence through cruelty or evil. In the deep tunnels there was only predator and prey, hunter and hunted, the quick and the dead. The first months of exile tested every skill that Drizzt had ever learned, every instinct that had been honed through years of training, every reserve of strength and will that he possessed. The creatures that inhabited the wild Underdark were unlike anything he had encountered in the relatively civilized environs of Menzoberranzan, beings that had evolved in isolation to become perfect expressions of their hostile environment. Hook horrors stalked the wider passages with their terrible claws gleaming in the darkness, their insectoid intelligence making them cunning adversaries who could set traps and coordinate attacks with devastating effectiveness. Rothaherds, the underground cattle that provided meat and hides for Drow society, roamed in wild packs led by massive bulls whose horns could punch through steel armor, and whose rage knew no bounds when defending their territory. But it was the other thinking beings that posed the greatest threat to Drizzt's survival and sanity alike. Duergar raiding parties emerged from their deep strongholds to capture slaves and gather resources, their gray dwarven features twisted by centuries of exposure to the evil influences that permeated the Underdark. Suburfandublin communities, the deep gnomes who had carved out a precarious existence in the hostile depths, viewed any Drow with suspicion and hatred born of countless raids and betrayals. Even other Drow exiles, those who had fled or been banished from their own cities, presented dangers that went beyond simple physical threat, for they carried with them the corrupted values and casual cruelty that marked their heritage. In this environment of constant peril, Drizzt found himself slowly but inevitably changing, his civilized nature eroding under the grinding pressure of daily survival. The elegant philosophical discussions that had once occupied his thoughts gave way to more immediate concerns: where to find food when game grew scarce, how to locate sources of fresh water in a realm where many streams carried poisons or diseases, which passages led to safety, and which to certain death. The moral qualms that had driven him to exile became luxuries he could no longer afford, as situations arose where survival demanded actions that would have horrified his former self. The first time he was forced to kill a thinking being in the tunnels, Drizzt wept for hours afterward, his body racked with grief for the Svirfneblin scout, whose only crime had been stumbling upon his hidden camp. But the gnome had been reaching for a horn that would have summoned his clan to battle, and in the heartbeat between recognition and action, Drizzt's training had taken over, his scimitar opening the creature's throat before conscious thought could intervene. The practical necessity of the killing did nothing to ease the anguish that followed, the knowledge that he had become exactly what he had spent his entire life trying to avoid, a casual taker of life, a being who solved problems through violence rather than wisdom. As months turned to years, such moments of moral crisis became both more frequent and less traumatic, as the necessities of survival gradually wore away the sharp edges of his conscience. He learned to kill without hesitation when threatened, to take what he needed from those who could not defend it, to view other creatures primarily as potential threats or resources, rather than as fellow beings deserving of consideration and respect. The transformation was so gradual that he barely noticed it happening, each small compromise in his principles seeming reasonable given the circumstances, each abandonment of moral complexity justified by the immediate demands of staying alive. The most insidious change was not in his actions, but in his thoughts, as the constant stress of survival began to rewire the very patterns of his thinking. The complex moral reasoning that had once guided his decisions gave way to simple binary classifications: threat or non-threat, useful or useless, strong or weak. The philosophical questions that had once fascinated him seemed meaningless in a world where wrong answers meant death, and right answers meant another day of bitter existence. The compassion that had driven him to exile withered like a plant deprived of sunlight, until only the hardened core of survival instinct remained. It was during his 5th year in the tunnels that Drizzt encountered the creature that would force him to confront the extent of his transformation, to see with horrible clarity what he was becoming under the relentless pressure of his exile. The deep dragon was ancient beyond reckoning, its black scales bearing the scars of countless battles fought in the deepest reaches of the Underdark. It had claimed a vast network of caverns as its territory, filling them with the accumulated treasures of millennia and the bones of those who had dared to challenge its dominion. The dragon's lair blocked the only passage that led toward the deeper tunnels, where Drizzt hoped to find refuge from a particularly persistent band of Duergar hunters, and for days he studied the creature's movements, looking for some way to slip past its vigilant guard. But the dragon was cunning as well as powerful, its ancient intelligence having learned to anticipate every trick that lesser beings might employ to bypass its defenses. There would be no avoiding a confrontation, no clever stratagem that would allow him to reach safety without facing the monster in direct combat. The battle that followed was unlike anything Drizzt had ever experienced, a primal clash between predator and prey that stripped away every pretense of civilization or honor. The dragon fought with the casual cruelty of absolute power, its attacks designed not merely to kill but to terrorize, to break the spirit of its opponent before destroying the body. Its breath weapon filled the cavern with clouds of acidic vapor that burned flesh and ate through metal. Its claws left gouges in solid stone, and its roar shook stalactites from the ceiling with enough force to crush an armored warrior. But Drizzt had been changed by his years in the tunnels, his reflexes honed to supernatural sharpness by constant exposure to danger, his tactical thinking refined by countless life-or-death encounters with creatures that showed no mercy and expected none in return. He fought not as a Drow noble schooled in the elegant forms of civilized combat, but as a wild thing driven by pure survival instinct, his scimitars moving with such speed that they seemed to blur into patterns of deadly light. The dragon's death came not from any single heroic strike, but from the accumulated effect of hundreds of precise wounds, each cut placed with surgical accuracy to sever tendons, open arteries, or damage vital organs. It was butchery elevated to the level of art, a systematic dismantling of one of the Underdark's most fearsome predators, by a being who had learned to kill with the same efficiency that others might employ in crafting jewelry or preparing meals. As Drizzt stood among the smoking ruins of the dragon's lair, his body covered in blood, both his own and his opponent's, he caught sight of his reflection in the surface of a pool fed by underground springs. What he saw there shocked him more profoundly than any physical wound ever could, for the face that stared back at him bore little resemblance to the noble young Drow who had fled Menzoberranzan years before. His features had been sharpened by constant hunger, and hardened by exposure to extremes of temperature and weather. His violet eyes, once bright with curiosity and compassion, now held the cold calculation of a predator, constantly evaluating threats and opportunities. Most disturbing of all, his expression showed no trace of the moral anguish that had once marked every violent action he was forced to take. The creature reflected in that pool was efficient, deadly, and utterly without conscience, a perfect killing machine that bore the shape of his body, but had lost everything that had once made him recognizably himself. The realization of what he had become struck him with the force of a physical blow, driving him to his knees beside the pool as the full horror of his transformation crashed over him like a tide of ice water. He had survived his exile, had proven himself capable of thriving in the most hostile environment imaginable, but the price of that survival had been nothing less than his own soul. The moral principles that had driven him to leave Drow society had been sacrificed on the altar of necessity, ground away by years of compromise, until nothing remained but the hollow shell of a being who killed without thought, and took what he needed without consideration for the rights or feelings of others. For days he remained in the dragon's cavern, surrounded by the creature's accumulated treasures, but unable to find any pleasure or satisfaction in his victory. The gold and gems that filled the chamber meant nothing to a being who had forgotten what it meant to desire anything beyond simple survival. The magical weapons and artifacts that would have made him the envy of any Drow noble seemed like meaningless baubles to one who had reduced all existence to the basic equation of kill or be killed. It was in the depths of this despair that Drizzt made a discovery that would prove to be the turning point of his exile, the moment when he began the long journey back toward the light of his true nature. Hidden among the dragon's treasures, wrapped in silks that had long since rotted to gossamer threads, he found a small figurine carved from black onyx in the shape of a panther. The workmanship was exquisite, every detail of the creature's muscular form captured with loving precision, from the curve of its haunches to the alert set of its ears. When his fingers closed around the figurine, it grew warm to the touch, and he felt a strange tingling sensation run up his arm, as if the carved stone were alive and responding to his presence. Without conscious thought, he spoke the command word that seemed to whisper itself in his mind, and the cavern was suddenly filled with a swirling mist that coalesced into the form of a magnificent black panther whose green eyes held an intelligence that was unmistakably aware and utterly without malice. The creature that materialized before him was everything that he had ceased to be: graceful without being predatory, powerful without being cruel, alert without being paranoid. It approached him with cautious curiosity rather than fear or aggression, its movements fluid and purposeful but never threatening. When it allowed him to touch its sleek coat, he felt for the first time in years a connection to another living being that was based not on necessity or survival, but on the simple recognition of kindred spirits finding each other in the darkness. He named her Gwenhwyvar, a word that in the ancient Drow tongue meant shadow of the heart, for she seemed to represent everything about himself that he had thought lost forever. In her presence, he began to remember what it felt like to care for another being's welfare more than his own, to find joy in simple companionship, to experience emotions that went beyond the narrow range of fear, hunger, and anger that had defined his existence for so long. The panther became his constant companion in the tunnels, her supernatural senses warning him of dangers that his own heightened awareness might miss, her loyalty providing an anchor of stability in a world where everything else was constantly shifting and uncertain. But more than practical assistance, Gwenhwyvar offered him something infinitely more precious, a reminder that not all relationships were based on dominance and submission, That trust was still possible even in the most hostile environments, that love could exist without conditions or expectations. Through his bond with the panther, Drizzt began the slow, painful process of reclaiming his humanity, of rebuilding the moral foundations that years of survival had eroded. Each time he found himself acting from pure instinct, Gwenhwyvar's presence would remind him to pause, to consider, to choose his actions based on principle rather than mere expedience. Each time he was tempted to take the easy path of violence or cruelty, her gentle strength would show him that there were always alternatives for those willing to seek them. The years that followed were marked by a gradual transformation as profound as the one that had reduced him to a mere survival machine, but moving in the opposite direction. Slowly, carefully, with infinite patience for his own failures and setbacks, Drizzt began to remember what it meant to be more than just another predator in the depths. He started helping creatures that posed no threat to him, offering aid to lost travelers and protecting the weak from the strong when he could do so without compromising his own survival. These acts of kindness were small at first, barely noticeable gestures that carried minimal risk, but served to exercise moral muscles that had grown weak from disuse. He would leave food for starving Svirfneblin communities, sabotage Dorgar slave raids when possible, and guide lost surface dwellers back toward the passages that led to their own realms. Each such action felt like a victory against the darkness that had claimed so much of his nature, a small but significant step back toward the person he had once hoped to become. As his 10th year of exile drew to a close, Drizzt found himself standing at the mouth of a tunnel that led upward toward the surface world, toward realms he had never seen but had dreamed of since childhood. The decision to leave the Underdark entirely was not an easy one, for despite all its horrors, the deep tunnels had become his home, the place where he had learned the hardest lessons about survival, sacrifice, and the true cost of moral compromise. But with Gwenhwyvar at his side, and the hard-won wisdom of his exile burning like a flame in his chest, he knew that his journey was far from over. The surface world might hold new dangers, new challenges to his reclaimed principles, new tests of the strength he had forged in the crucible of absolute solitude. Yet for the first time in years, he faced the future with something approaching hope, secure in the knowledge that no matter how dark the path ahead might prove to be, he would never again allow circumstances to strip away everything that made him who he truly was. The hunter who had stalked the deep tunnels for a decade was gone forever, his savage efficiency buried beneath layers of carefully reconstructed conscience and deliberately chosen compassion. In his place stood Drizzt Do'Urden, scarred by his experiences, but not broken by them, hardened by suffering but not corrupted by it, ready to face whatever trials awaited him in the world above, with the unshakable conviction that some principles were worth preserving regardless of the cost. Behind him, the tunnels of the Underdark stretched away into eternal darkness, their passages echoing with the sounds of countless creatures still trapped in the cycle of predator and prey that had nearly claimed his own soul. But ahead lay the promise of sunlight, of skies vast enough to hold hope, of a world where kindness might be strength rather than weakness, where the lessons learned in exile could be transformed into wisdom that served not just survival, but life itself. Chapter 4. Gwenhwyvar's Bond. There exists no bond more profound than that forged between souls who recognize in each other a kindred spirit transcending the boundaries of species, circumstance, or expectation. In the vast tapestry of existence, where most relationships are built upon foundations of mutual benefit, shared necessity, or simple proximity, there occasionally emerges a connection so pure and fundamental that it seems to speak to the very essence of what it means to be alive, aware and capable of love that asks for nothing in return, save the privilege of its own expression. The figurine that had summoned Gwenhwyvar from whatever mystical realm served as her home was itself a marvel of magical craftsmanship, carved from onyx so perfect that it seemed to absorb light rather than merely reflect it. Every detail of the panther's form had been captured with loving precision by some master artisan whose identity was lost to the mists of time, each muscle and sinew rendered with such accuracy that the statuette seemed poised to spring into motion at any moment. The magic that bound the figurine to its living counterpart was ancient beyond reckoning, a form of enchantment that predated the rise of the current Drow civilization, and perhaps even the establishment of the great elven kingdoms of the surface world. But for all its mystical significance and obvious value, the true wonder of the figurine lay not in its magical properties or artistic merit, but in the nature of the being it summoned. Gwenhwyvar was no mere magical construct or summoned creature bound to service through arcane compulsion. She was a living entity with her own thoughts, emotions, and desires, a being who chose to answer the call of the figurine, not out of magical obligation, but from genuine affection for those who proved themselves worthy of her trust and companionship. In the early days following their first meeting, Drizzt approached his relationship with the panther with all the wariness that 10 years of brutal survival had taught him to apply to every new encounter. He had learned through bitter experience that in the Underdark, apparent gifts were often traps, that seemingly beneficial discoveries usually carried hidden costs, and that trust was a luxury that could prove fatal to those foolish enough to indulge in it without proper precautions. He tested the limits of their bond carefully, calling her forth for brief periods and studying her behavior for signs of deception, compulsion, or hidden agenda. But Gwenhwyvar's responses to his cautious overtures were so fundamentally honest, so free from the layers of calculation and manipulation that marked every interaction between thinking beings in the depths, that his suspicions gradually gave way to wonder, then to gratitude, and finally to a form of love he had not experienced since his earliest childhood. The panther's intelligence was immediately apparent in the way she responded to his words and gestures, not with the simple conditioning that marked trained animals, but with the thoughtful consideration of a being who understood both the literal meaning of communication and the emotional context that surrounded it. When he spoke to her of the loneliness that had nearly driven him to madness during his years of exile, she would press against him with a warmth that offered comfort without demanding reciprocation. When he struggled with decisions that tested his reclaimed moral principles, she would watch him with eyes that seemed to hold infinite patience and understanding. Most remarkably, Gwenhwyvar appeared to possess an innate moral compass that aligned perfectly with the principles Drizzt was struggling to rebuild within himself. In their early adventures together, when they encountered situations that pitted survival against conscience, the panther's reactions served as a constant reminder of the path he should take. She would grow agitated when he considered actions that compromised his values, would refuse to participate in attacks against innocent creatures, and would actively intervene when his old survival instincts threatened to override his better judgment. Their first major test came when they encountered a small group of Severneblin refugees, fleeing from a Duergar slave raid, deep gnome families carrying what few possessions they had managed to salvage from their destroyed community as they sought sanctuary in the deeper tunnels. The old Drizzt, the hunter who had ruled his thoughts for so many years, saw them as potential threats or resources to be evaluated and dealt with accordingly. But Gwenhwyvar's immediate response was one of protective concern, positioning herself between the fleeing gnomes and any potential danger, her body language clearly indicating that she viewed them as innocents deserving of aid, rather than obstacles to be removed or opportunities to be exploited. The internal struggle that followed was perhaps the most significant moment in Drizzt's long journey back to his true nature, as he found himself caught between the pragmatic survival instincts that had kept him alive for a decade, and the moral imperatives that Gwenhwyvar's presence was helping him to remember. The gnomes represented risk, for their presence in the tunnels might attract the attention of their Duergar pursuers, and their obvious desperation might lead them to betray any who offered them shelter, if doing so seemed to offer a chance of survival. But as he watched Gwenhwyvar move among the terrified families, offering her reassuring presence to the children and elders who had never before encountered a Drow, who did not represent an immediate threat to their lives, Drizzt felt the last barriers around his reconstructed conscience crumble away like ancient stone before a flood. These were not threats or resources, but people, thinking, feeling beings who deserved compassion, not because it was safe or profitable to offer it, but because compassion was its own justification, requiring no external validation or practical benefit to make it worthwhile. The aid he provided to the Severneblin refugees was practical rather than dramatic, consisting mainly of guidance toward passages that would take them away from the areas where Duergar patrols were most likely to operate, and sharing of his hard-won knowledge about which water sources were safe, and which areas offered the best opportunities for foraging. But for Drizzt, the significance of these simple acts could hardly be overstated, representing as they did his first conscious choice to help others at potential cost to himself, since his transformation into the hunter had begun. Gwenhwyvar's approval of his actions was so obvious and heartfelt that it brought tears to his eyes, the panther's purring contentment serving as the first external validation of his moral choices that he had received in over a decade. In that moment, he understood that their bond was not merely one of magical summoning or even simple companionship, but a partnership based on shared values and mutual recognition of the importance of maintaining one's essential nature, regardless of external pressures. As their relationship deepened through countless shared experiences in the tunnels, Drizzt began to understand the true extent of Gwenhwyvar's wisdom and the sophisticated nature of her moral reasoning. She was not simply reacting to situations based on instinct or basic empathy, but was actively evaluating the ethical implications of their actions and offering guidance that took into account not just immediate consequences, but long-term effects on their own spiritual well-being and their responsibility to the broader community of thinking beings that shared the Underdark. When they encountered a wounded Duergar warrior left behind by his patrol, Gwenhwyvar's response was complex and nuanced in a way that surprised Drizzt with its moral sophistication. She did not simply react to the Grey Dwarf as an enemy to be destroyed or ignored, but seemed to recognize the fundamental difference between a helpless being in need of aid and an active threat that required neutralization. Her gentle approach to the injured warrior, combined with her obvious readiness to defend herself and Drizzt if necessary, demonstrated a level of moral reasoning that many supposedly civilized beings never achieved. The healing they provided to the Duergar was minimal but sufficient, consisting mainly of binding his wounds and leaving him with enough food and water to reach his own people. But the act itself was transformative for Drizzt, representing his first conscious choice to aid a member of a hostile species, based purely on the principle that suffering deserved relief, regardless of its source. The Duergar's obvious confusion at receiving kindness from a Drow, and his stammered words of gratitude spoken in broken common, served as a powerful reminder that even ancient enmities could be overcome by individual acts of compassion. In the months and years that followed, Gwenhwyvar became not just Drizzt's companion but his teacher, demonstrating through her actions and reactions the practical application of moral principles that he had once understood only in abstract terms. She showed him that courage was not the absence of fear, but action in spite of it, that true strength lay not in the ability to dominate others, but in the wisdom to know when such dominance was unnecessary, and that the greatest victories were often those that required no violence at all. Their adventures together took them through some of the most dangerous regions of the Underdark, from the fungal forests where Myconid sovereigns held court among their plant-animal hybrid subjects, to the underground rivers where aboleth lairs posed threats that went beyond mere physical danger to encompass the very foundations of sanity and free will. In each new environment, Gwenhwyvar's supernatural senses and deep understanding of natural patterns provided guidance that kept them safe, while her moral compass ensured that their survival never came at the cost of unnecessary harm to other creatures. The bond between them grew stronger with each shared challenge, each moment of mutual dependence, each instance where they chose to trust each other completely, despite the risks that such trust entailed in their hostile environment. Drizzt learned to read the subtle signals of Gwenhwyvar's body language, to interpret the meaning behind different types of purrs, growls, and other vocalizations, to understand when her alertness indicated danger and when it simply reflected curiosity about their surroundings. More importantly, he learned to trust her judgment even when it conflicted with his own initial assessment of a situation, recognizing that her perspective was not limited by the cultural prejudices and learned fears that influenced his own thinking. When she showed interest in investigating areas that his Drow training told him to avoid, when she displayed friendliness toward creatures that he had been taught to view as natural enemies, when she insisted on offering aid to beings that pragmatic concerns suggested they should ignore, he learned to follow her lead and was consistently rewarded by discoveries that expanded his understanding of the complex moral landscape they navigated. Perhaps the most profound aspect of their relationship was the way it served as a constant reminder of the possibility of redemption, not just for himself, but for all thinking beings who had been shaped by circumstances beyond their control. Gwenhwyvar had no knowledge of his past as a Drow noble, or his transformation into the hunter, yet she responded to him based entirely on his present actions and intentions, offering the kind of unconditional acceptance that made genuine change possible. Her presence, the guilt and self-recrimination that had plagued him since his moral awakening, began to lose their paralyzing power, replaced by a forward-looking determination to make choices that honored the bond they shared and the principles they both valued. She did not judge him for his past failures or demand explanations for his previous moral compromises, but simply expected him to be the best version of himself that circumstances allowed, offering support and guidance when he struggled, but never withdrawing her affection when he occasionally fell short of his own ideals. The magical nature of their bond meant that Gwenhwyvar could not remain continuously in the material plane, and the times when she was forced to return to her mystical home were periods of profound loneliness for Driz. But even in her absence, the influence of their relationship continued to guide his actions, her memory serving as a constant reminder of the importance of maintaining his moral principles, regardless of external pressures or practical considerations. When faced with difficult decisions during their separations, he would find himself asking what Gwenhwyvar would expect of him, how she would view the various options available to him, whether his proposed course of action would honor the trust she had placed in his judgment. These internal consultations became a form of moral reasoning that was far more sophisticated and reliable than the complex philosophical frameworks he had once relied upon, grounded as they were in the practical wisdom of a being whose judgment he had learned to trust completely. As their partnership matured, Drizzt began to understand that Gwenhwyvar represented something more than just a magical companion, or even a beloved friend. She was a living symbol of the possibility that beings from different worlds, different species, different fundamental natures could find common ground based on shared values and mutual respect. Their bond served as proof that the barriers between thinking creatures were often artificial constructs that could be overcome by those willing to look beyond surface differences to the essential commonalities that united all conscious beings. In the depths of the Underdark, where darkness reigned eternal, and cruelty was often seen as the only practical response to a hostile environment, their relationship stood as a beacon of hope, a demonstration that even in the most adverse circumstances, love, loyalty, and moral principle could not only survive but flourish. Through Gwenhwyvar's patient teaching and unwavering support, Driz had not merely recovered from his years as the hunter, but had emerged stronger and wiser than he had ever been before, armed with the unshakable conviction that no external force could rob him of his essential nature unless he chose to surrender it. The figurine that summoned her remained one of his most precious possessions, not for its obvious magical value or its practical utility, but for what it represented, a tangible link to a relationship that had saved his soul and continued to guide his steps along the difficult path of righteousness. In a world where most bonds were temporary and conditional, where loyalty was often purchased and trust was a luxury few could afford, his connection to Gwenhwyvar stood as testament to the enduring power of unconditional love and the transformative potential of genuine companionship. As he prepared to leave the Underdark forever, carrying with him the hard-won wisdom of his exile, and the unshakable foundation of moral strength that his bond with Gwenhwyvar had helped him to build. Drizzt knew that whatever challenges awaited him in the surface world, he would face them not as an isolated exile, struggling to maintain his principles against overwhelming opposition, but as half of a partnership that had already proven capable of overcoming any obstacle that stood between them and the light they both sought. Chapter 5. The Surface Calling. True courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to embrace the unknown, despite every instinct that screams for the safety of familiar shadows. There comes a moment in every soul's journey when the comfortable certainties of the past must be abandoned in favor of possibilities that exist only in dreams and desperate hopes. When the pain of remaining the same becomes greater than the terror of transformation. For some, this moment passes unrecognized, a whisper of opportunity, lost to the louder voices of caution and conformity. For others, it arrives like thunder, impossible to ignore and demanding an answer that will define the rest of their existence. The passages that led upward from the deep Underdark toward the surface world were treacherous beyond imagination, carved by ancient waters and shaped by geological forces that had been at work since the world was young. These were not the well-traveled routes used by Drow raiding parties, or the established trade roads that connected the various Underdark civilizations, but forgotten pathways that wound through regions where the boundary between the depths and the surface began to blur, where strange hybrid ecosystems had evolved in the twilight zones between eternal darkness and the alien concept of natural light. For Drizzt Do'Urden, standing at the threshold of the greatest decision of his life, these upward-leading tunnels represented more than mere geographical passages. They were the physical manifestation of a choice that would determine not only where he would spend his remaining years, but who he would become in the process. Behind him lay the Underdark, with all its familiar terrors and known quantities, a realm where he had learned to survive and even thrive, despite the moral compromises such survival had demanded. Ahead lay the surface world, a realm of legend and speculation, where the very air was said to burn drow flesh, and the blazing orb that ruled the sky could blind those foolish enough to gaze upon it directly. The decision to leave the depths was not one that came easily or suddenly, but rather the culmination of years of gradual awakening to possibilities that his underground existence could never fulfill. Through his bond with Gwenhwyvar, he had begun to understand that the isolation and constant danger of tunnel life, while preferable to the systematic evil of Drow society, was itself a form of spiritual limitation that prevented him from becoming everything he might be. The surface world called to him not merely as an escape from his past, but as a realm where the principles he had fought so hard to reclaim might find expression in ways that the Underdark could never allow. The stories told of the surface in Drow society were uniformly terrifying, designed to discourage any who might consider abandoning the supremacy of their underground civilization for the supposedly inferior realms above. Surface dwellers were portrayed as weak, naive creatures who had never faced real adversity, whose pale skin and soft features marked them as fundamentally defective beings unsuited for the harsh realities of existence. The sun itself was described as a weapon of the surface gods, a burning eye that sought out drow flesh with malevolent intelligence, inflicting agony and death upon any children of Lolth foolish enough to venture into its domain. But Drizzt had learned to question the fundamental assumptions of drow culture, to recognize that much of what he had been taught was propaganda designed to maintain the existing order rather than objective truth about the nature of reality. If Drow society was so thoroughly corrupted that it viewed compassion as weakness and cruelty as strength, then perhaps its teachings about the surface world were equally distorted, equally designed to serve the interests of those in power, rather than to convey accurate information about what lay beyond the boundaries of the Underdark. The first stages of his journey toward the surface took him through regions of the Underdark that few beings had ever explored, vast cavern systems where the darkness was so complete that even his drow-enhanced vision could barely penetrate the gloom. These were the forgotten places where ancient civilizations had once flourished and fallen, leaving behind only cryptic ruins and the occasional artifact to hint at the grandeur that had once existed in the depths. Stone cities carved into cavern walls bore inscriptions in languages that predated the rise of the current Drow Empire, their empty windows staring blindly into the darkness like the sockets of vast skulls. In these desolate regions, Drizzt encountered creatures that existed nowhere else in the Underdark, beings that had evolved in perfect isolation to fill ecological niches that would have been impossible in more populated areas. Crystalline spiders spun webs from strands of living mineral, their bodies refracting the faint magical light that emanated from certain stones into rainbow patterns that served both as camouflage and as lures for unwary prey. Moss-covered giants shambled through the ruins of forgotten cities, their bodies so thoroughly integrated with the plant life that sustained them that it was impossible to determine where flesh ended and vegetation began. Most unsettling of all were the echoes that seemed to follow him through these abandoned places, voices speaking in languages he could not understand, but in tones that conveyed meanings that transcended linguistic barriers. These were not the sounds of living beings, but rather the psychic impressions left behind by long-dead inhabitants, whose emotions had been so intense that they had somehow become embedded in the very stone of their surroundings. He heard laughter that spoke of joy so pure it brought tears to his eyes, screams that echoed with despair, so profound it made him question his own sanity, and whispered conversations that carried the weight of love and loss across eons of silence. As he climbed ever upward through passages that grew steadily narrower and more treacherous, Drizzt began to notice changes in his environment that suggested he was approaching realms where the surface world's influence could be felt. The air, while still carrying the musty scent of deep stone and ancient moisture, now bore traces of something else, a freshness that spoke of spaces vast enough to hold weather, of winds that had traveled across distances measured in leagues rather than feet, of a world where the sky was not a ceiling of rock, but an infinite expanse of possibility. The first time he encountered actual plant life that depended on something other than the magical emanations of Underdark fungi was a moment that shook him to his core. The moss that covered the walls, near what he hoped was one of the final barriers between himself and the surface, was green in a way that seemed to glow with inner light, its color so vivid and alive that it made the pale, phosphorescent growths of the deep tunnels seem like pale imitations of true vegetation. When he touched it with trembling fingers, the moss felt different from anything he had ever experienced, its texture speaking of growth, powered by forces that existed beyond the boundaries of his understanding. But it was the discovery of the first stream of fresh water flowing downward from the surface that truly drove home the magnitude of the step he was preparing to take. The water was clear beyond anything that existed in the Underdark, so pure that he could see the bottom of the stream bed with perfect clarity despite its depth. More importantly, it carried scents and flavors that spoke of a world utterly alien to his underground existence. The green smell of growing things, the clean scent of air that had never been breathed by creatures of the depths, and underlying it all, something that he could only describe as the smell of freedom itself. When he finally reached the passage that he believed would lead him to the surface, Drizzt paused for what he knew might be the last time as a creature of the Underdark. The tunnel ahead glowed with a light that was neither magical nor artificial, but rather the faint reflection of something so bright and powerful that even its distant echo was almost too intense for his dark-adapted eyes to bear. This was starlight, he realized, the illumination cast by distant suns upon a world that knew nothing of the eternal darkness that had shaped his entire existence. The emergence itself was a trial that tested every aspect of his physical and mental preparation, as his body struggled to adapt to conditions for which millions of years of Drow evolution had left him utterly unprepared. The air was thin and cold in a way that the climate-controlled environment of the Underdark had never been, carrying with it scents and sounds that overwhelmed his enhanced senses with their alien intensity. The sky above him was a vast dome of darkness punctured by points of light, so brilliant that they seemed to burn his retinas even when he tried to look at them indirectly. But it was the sheer scale of the surface world that truly staggered him. The realization that he was standing in a space so vast that its boundaries extended beyond the limits of his vision in every direction. The concept of horizon was entirely foreign to a being who had spent his entire life in enclosed spaces, and the knowledge that the world simply continued in all directions without walls or ceilings to provide reassuring boundaries was both exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure. His first encounter with surface dwellers came mere hours after his emergence, when a group of human travelers stumbled upon his resting place in a grove of trees whose existence still seemed impossibly magical to his underground-trained perceptions. The humans' reaction to his presence was immediate and violent, their faces contorting with fear and hatred as they recognized his distinctive Drow features and drew weapons with the obvious intention of attacking without question or hesitation. The confrontation that followed was brief but devastating in its implications, as Drizzt found himself forced to defend against attackers who viewed him not as an individual to be judged by his actions, but as a representative of a race whose reputation for evil preceded him like a shadow that could never be escaped. His superior combat skills allowed him to disarm and defeat the humans without seriously injuring them, but their terror-filled faces and screamed accusations of dark elf and demon spawn made it clear that his physical appearance would always mark him as an enemy in the eyes of surface dwellers. The bitter irony was not lost on him that he had escaped from a society that judged beings by their adherence to evil principles, only to find himself in a world that judged him by the color of his skin and the shape of his ears. The humans who fled from him that night carried with them stories that would spread through the local communities like wildfire, tales of a Drow warrior lurking in the forests near their settlements, adding to the already substantial fears that surrounded any mention of his people. As word of his presence spread through the surface communities, Drizzt found himself the target of organized hunting parties, determined to rid their lands of what they perceived as a threat to their safety and way of life. These groups were composed not of evil beings seeking to inflict suffering for its own sake, but of ordinary people trying to protect their families and communities from what they had been taught to view as an existential threat. Their fear was genuine, their motivations understandable, and their determination absolute, making them in some ways more dangerous than the monsters he had faced in the Underdark. The months that followed his emergence were perhaps the loneliest of his entire existence, as he struggled to find some way to coexist with surface dwellers who would never be able to see past his racial heritage to the individual he had fought so hard to become. He lived like a ghost on the fringes of civilization, observing human communities from a distance, but never able to approach them without triggering panic and violence. The simple human activities that he watched with fascination, farmers tending their crops, children playing in village squares, merchants trading goods in bustling marketplaces, remained forever beyond his reach, separated from him by barriers of prejudice that seemed as insurmountable as the physical walls that had once confined him in Menzoberranzan. Yet even in the depths of this new form of isolation, Drizzt found that his time on the surface was teaching him valuable lessons about the nature of prejudice and the corrosive effects of judging individuals based on group characteristics. The surface dwellers who fled from him in terror were not fundamentally different from the Drow, who had rejected him for his moral convictions. Both groups were responding to deeply ingrained cultural conditioning that prevented them from seeing beyond surface appearances to the essential humanity that connected all thinking beings. This realization brought with it a profound understanding of the challenges that lay ahead, as he began to comprehend that winning acceptance in the surface world would require not just demonstrating his own individual worth, but somehow overcoming centuries of justified fear and hatred directed toward his entire race. The task seemed impossible, a challenge that would demand reserves of patience, courage, and determination that he was not certain he possessed. But as he watched the sun rise over the surface world for the first time, its golden light transforming the landscape into something so beautiful that it brought tears to his eyes, Drizzt felt something stir within him that he had not experienced since his earliest childhood. Hope, the same principle that had driven him to reject the evil of Drow society and seek redemption in the tunnels of the Underdark, now called him to a new crusade, a personal mission to prove that individuals could transcend the limitations imposed by their origins and choose their own destinies regardless of the obstacles that stood in their way. With Gwenhwyvar at his side, and the hard-won wisdom of his exile burning like a flame in his heart, he prepared to face the greatest challenge of his life, earning a place in a world that had every reason to reject him, and proving through his actions that the content of one's character was more important than the circumstances of one's birth. The surface world stretched before him like an unwritten book, its pages blank with possibility, waiting for him to inscribe upon them a story that would challenge every assumption about what it meant to be Drow, what it meant to be a hero, and what it meant to choose light over darkness when the entire world expected you to embrace the shadows. Chapter 6. Icewind Dale's harsh welcome. Actions speak with a clarity that words can never achieve, carrying within them a truth that transcends the barriers of language, culture, and preconceived notion. In a world where reputation precedes reality, and first impressions often become final judgments, there exists only one path by which the condemned might earn redemption. The relentless demonstration of character through deed, the patient accumulation of evidence that who we choose to be matters more than what others expect us to become. This is perhaps the most difficult form of courage, requiring not a single moment of heroic action, but the sustained commitment to righteousness, even when such commitment goes unrecognized, unrewarded, and unappreciated by those it seeks to serve. The frozen wilderness of Icewind Dale stretched before Drizzt, like an endless testament to the harshness that nature could inflict upon those bold enough to seek life in its most inhospitable reaches. Here, where the wind howled across endless expanse of snow and ice with a fury that seemed almost personal in its intensity, where the sun offered light but no warmth during the brief hours it managed to rise above the horizon, where survival itself was a daily victory wrested from the grip of an environment that recognized no distinction between the worthy and the unworthy, a small collection of human communities had somehow managed to establish a foothold against the vast indifference of the northern reaches. 10 towns, as the scattered settlements were collectively known, represented humanity at its most resilient and resourceful. Communities bound together, not by shared heritage or cultural affinity, but by the simple recognition that cooperation was the only alternative to extinction, in a land that offered no forgiveness for weakness or hesitation. The people who had chosen to make their lives in this frozen wasteland were themselves hardened by the constant struggle against the elements, their characters forged in the crucible of daily adversity, until they had become as unyielding as the ice that surrounded their homes. It was into this harsh realm that Drizzt ventured, driven by a combination of necessity and hope, that perhaps in a land where survival required constant vigilance against genuine threats, the artificial prejudices that marked more comfortable civilizations might prove less important than practical considerations of competence and reliability. The northern reaches of Faerûn had always attracted those who sought to escape their pasts, to forge new identities in places where questions about origins were considered less important than demonstrations of present worth. His first glimpse of Bryn Shander, the largest of the 10 towns and the unofficial capital of the region, came at the end of a journey through snow-covered passes that had tested every aspect of his surface world survival skills. The settlement appeared like a mirage of warmth and civilization against the stark whiteness of the tundra, its wooden walls and smoking chimneys promising shelter from the relentless wind, and perhaps, he dared to hope, acceptance from people who would judge him by his actions rather than his ancestry. The reality proved far harsher than his desperate optimism had suggested. The guards who manned the gates of Bryn Shander reacted to his approach with the same mixture of fear and hostility that he had encountered throughout his travels on the surface, their hands moving immediately to their weapons as they recognized the distinctive features that marked him as Drow. But here in the north, where threats were constant and genuine, their response carried an urgency born of practical experience rather than mere cultural conditioning. Dark Elf. The shout rang across the snowy approaches to the town, like a clarion call to battle. bringing defenders running to the walls with bows drawn and expressions grim with determination. These were not farmers cowering before an imagined threat, but seasoned fighters who had faced real dangers in the frozen wilderness and survived through quick thinking and quicker reflexes. Their fear was tinged with respect for his obvious combat capabilities, but it was no less absolute for being professionally informed. Drizzt attempts to communicate his peaceful intentions fell upon ears deafened by generations of accumulated wisdom about the treacherous nature of his people. The stories told in Icewind Dale of Drow raids and dark elf cruelty were not abstract legends, but living memories passed down through families who had lost loved ones to such attacks. Every scar on the town's walls, every name carved into memorial stones, every widow's tale of loss served as evidence that trust offered to Drow was trust betrayed, kindness returned with cruelty, mercy repaid with death. The siege that followed was unlike any combat Drizzt had ever experienced. Not a battle of blade against blade, but a contest of endurance against endurance, as he sought to demonstrate through patient persistence that his presence posed no threat, while the defenders sought to outlast what they assumed was merely the prelude to a larger attack. For days he remained within sight of the town's walls, but beyond the range of their archers, making no aggressive moves but also refusing to withdraw, his mere presence a constant reminder of dangers that the townspeople associated with his kind. It was during this tense standoff that fate provided him with the opportunity he desperately needed to prove his worth through actions rather than words. The goblin tribes that plagued the northern reaches had been growing bolder in recent months, their raids becoming more frequent and more devastating as they sensed weakness in the isolated human settlements. The attack that came against Bryn Shander's outlying farms was typical of their tactics, swift, brutal, and designed to seize livestock and supplies before the town's defenders could organize an effective response. Drizzt's first sight of the goblin raiders, as they swept down from the rocky hills toward the helpless farmsteads, crystallized every moral principle he had fought to reclaim during his years of exile and redemption. Here were genuine threats to innocent life, creatures whose actions were motivated by nothing more noble than greed and bloodlust, beings who deserved no consideration, save that which could be delivered through the edge of a blade. More importantly, here was an opportunity to demonstrate through unmistakable action where his true loyalties lay. The battle that followed was a masterpiece of tactical brilliance and individual combat prowess, as Drizzt threw himself into the defense of the very people who had rejected him with a ferocity that astonished even himself. His scimitars sang through the cold air with deadly precision, each stroke calculated to maximum effect as he carved through the goblin ranks like a force of nature unleashed. But it was not merely his skill that marked this engagement as extraordinary, but the strategic wisdom he displayed in positioning himself to achieve maximum protection for the threatened civilians, while placing himself in maximum danger from the attackers. The goblins, expecting to face desperate farmers armed with improvised weapons and perhaps a few guards with basic military training, instead found themselves confronting a warrior whose abilities seemed almost supernatural in their devastating effectiveness. Drizzt's knowledge of Underdark combat tactics, honed through decades of survival against the deadliest creatures that dwelt in the depths, proved perfectly suited to fighting opponents who relied on overwhelming numbers and surprise rather than individual skill or sophisticated strategy. But perhaps more significant than his combat effectiveness was the obvious fact that he was fighting to protect human lives rather than to advance any agenda of his own. The farmers and their families who witnessed his intervention saw him place himself between them and their attackers, without hesitation, saw him take wounds meant for them, saw him drive off threats that would have meant death, or worse for their loved ones. Such evidence could not be dismissed, or explained away by even the most determined prejudice. The gratitude of those he had saved was immediate and genuine, but it was also complicated by the cognitive dissonance of owing their lives to a member of a race they had been taught to fear above all others. The farmer whose children Drizzt had personally carried to safety found himself torn between the debt he owed to their rescuer and the lifetime of cultural conditioning that insisted such rescue must somehow be a trap or deception. The mothers whose infants had been snatched from goblin claws by his intervention struggled to reconcile their thankfulness with their terror of his alien appearance. Word of the Drow warrior, who had fought to defend human settlements, spread through 10 towns like wildfire, but the stories that emerged from the telling carried within them all the confusion and complexity of a truth that challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of good and evil. Some accounts portrayed him as a renegade from his evil people, driven by motives that remained suspect despite his helpful actions. Others suggested that his intervention was part of some larger dark elf scheme, a way of gaining trust that would later be betrayed in some unimaginable fashion. Yet there were also voices, particularly among those who had been closest to the actual fighting, who spoke of something they had seen in his violet eyes during the heat of battle, not the cold calculation of a predator or the fanatic gleam of a zealot, but the simple determination of a person doing what was right, because it was right, regardless of personal cost or public recognition. These witnesses found themselves defending him in tavern discussions and market square debates, their testimonies carrying weight because they spoke from direct experience rather than inherited fear. The pattern established during that first goblin raid was repeated dozens of times over the months that followed, as Drizzt found himself drawn again and again to situations where his intervention could mean the difference between life and death for the people of Icewind Dale. Each incident added to the growing body of evidence that his presence was beneficial rather than threatening, that his skills were employed in service of protection rather than destruction, that his character was defined by his choices rather than his origins. The gradual shift in public perception was so slow as to be almost imperceptible, measured not in dramatic declarations of acceptance, but in small gestures that spoke to changing attitudes. A merchant who had once crossed the street to avoid him began offering a grudging nod of acknowledgement. A guard who had previously watched him with naked suspicion started including him in peripheral conversations about tactical concerns. A mother whose child he had saved from winter wolves began leaving food outside his makeshift shelters, never acknowledging the gift directly, but ensuring that it was placed where he would find it. Perhaps most significantly, the practical leaders of the various towns began to recognize that their personal feelings about dark elves were less important than the undeniable fact that his presence had significantly improved their security situation. The goblin raids that had once terrorized the region with impunity now met with devastating resistance wherever Drizzt happened to be present. Caravans that traveled under his unofficial protection arrived safely with a regularity that merchant companies began to factor into their business calculations. The acceptance that eventually came was not the warm embrace of friendship or the formal recognition of heroic status, but something more pragmatic and perhaps more valuable. The grudging acknowledgement that he had earned his place among them through demonstrated worth rather than inherited privilege. The people of 10 towns might never love him, might never fully trust him, might never forget what he was, but they had learned to value what he had chosen to become. This hard-won recognition carried with it a bitter wisdom about the nature of prejudice and the price of redemption. Drizzt understood that his acceptance was conditional, dependent upon his continued demonstration of worth and vulnerable to any mistake or misunderstanding that might revive old fears and suspicions. He had not overcome the legacy of his people's evil so much as temporarily overshadowed it through persistent proof of his individual character. Yet even this qualified acceptance represented a victory of profound significance, proof that the barriers between peoples could be crossed by those willing to pay the necessary price in patience, courage, and unwavering commitment to principle. In the frozen reaches of Icewind Dale, where survival required practical wisdom more than cultural conformity, he had found something that had seemed impossible during his early days on the surface. A place where his actions mattered more than his ancestry, where his choices carried more weight than his origins. The communities that had once feared his very presence now looked to him as an unofficial guardian, a protector whose alien nature was less important than his demonstrated dedication to their welfare. Children who had once hidden from his shadow began to wave tentatively when they saw him passing on his patrols. Veterans of the Goblin Wars started including his tactics in their discussions of defensive strategy. Merchants began timing their travels to coincide with his known patrol routes. But perhaps the most meaningful recognition came from those who had fought beside him in the countless skirmishes that had gradually won him acceptance. These battle-tested warriors had seen him in circumstances where pretense was impossible, where true character revealed itself through split-second decisions made under pressure. Their respect, grudgingly given and carefully qualified, was worth more than any formal honors or public declarations, because it was based on direct knowledge of his capabilities and character, rather than wishful thinking or political calculation. As winter settled over Icewind Dale with its familiar harshness, bringing with it the long nights and bitter cold that would test the endurance of every living thing in the region, Drizzt found himself no longer a solitary exile camping on the edges of civilization, but a recognized if unofficial member of a community that had learned to value competence over conformity. The transformation was not complete, would perhaps never be complete, but it was real, and it was meaningful, a testament to the power of persistent virtue to overcome even the most entrenched prejudice. Standing on the walls of Bryn Shander, as the aurora borealis painted the northern sky in shades of green and gold, watching over a town that had learned to sleep peacefully because of his vigilance, Drizzt understood that he had found something precious beyond measure. Not just acceptance, but purpose, not just tolerance, but the opportunity to serve something greater than himself. In the harsh beauty of the northern wilderness, surrounded by people who judged him by his deeds rather than his heritage, he had discovered what it truly meant to be home. Chapter 7. The Companions of the Hall. The bonds forged in the crucible of shared adversity often prove stronger than blood, more enduring than oaths, and more precious than any treasure that kings might hoard in their deepest vaults. True friendship transcends the artificial boundaries that societies construct between peoples, finding common ground in shared values rather than shared heritage, recognizing kindred spirits through the resonance of character rather than the accident of birth. World where most relationships are built upon foundations of mutual benefit or common origin, there occasionally emerges a fellowship so pure in its origins and so steadfast in its loyalty that it becomes the stuff of legend, a testament to the possibility that beings of different races, different backgrounds, and different natures can unite in pursuit of goals that elevate them all beyond what any could achieve alone. The dwarf, who would become the cornerstone of such a fellowship, was himself a study in contradictions, a being whose gruff exterior concealed depths of wisdom and compassion that few ever glimpsed, but which formed the essential core of his nature. Bruenor Battlehammer bore the scars of a life spent in constant struggle against the forces that threatened his adopted home, his weathered features telling the story of countless battles fought not for glory or gold, but for the simple right of decent folk to live their lives in peace. His beard, iron gray and meticulously braided in the fashion of his people, framed a face that could shift from thunderous rage to gentle kindness in the space of a heartbeat, depending upon whether he was confronting enemies or protecting those he considered family. As the adopted father and king of Clan Battlehammer, Bruenor had long since learned to judge beings not by the circumstances of their birth, but by the content of their character, a lesson hammered home by his own experience of taking in orphaned children, regardless of their racial heritage, and raising them as his own. When word reached him of the dark elf who had been defending the settlements of 10 towns against goblin raiders, his response was not the automatic hostility that might have been expected, but rather the careful evaluation of a leader who understood that survival in the harsh Northlands required practical wisdom rather than comfortable prejudice. Their first meeting came during one of the increasingly frequent orc raids that tested the defenses of the scattered communities, a coordinated attack that threatened to overwhelm the individual town militias through sheer weight of numbers. Drizzt had been tracking the raiding party for days, using his knowledge of Underdark tactics to anticipate their movements and position himself to strike at the moment when his intervention would prove most effective. But as he prepared to launch his assault on the orc flanks, he found himself face to face with a force of dwarf warriors who had apparently reached the same tactical conclusion through different means. The moment when their eyes met across the snowy battlefield was one of mutual recognition that transcended the usual barriers of racial suspicion and cultural misunderstanding. Bruenor saw in the dark elf's violet gaze not the cold calculation of a predator, but the warm fire of a protector, the same dedication to defending innocence that burned in his own heart. Drizzt saw in the dwarf's steely determination not the blind prejudice he had learned to expect from surface dwellers, but the thoughtful resolve of a being who had learned to distinguish between enemies and allies based on actions rather than appearances. Without words, without formal introductions, without any of the elaborate negotiations that typically preceded alliances between beings of different races, they fell into a coordinated attack pattern that spoke to an instinctive understanding of each other's capabilities and intentions. Bruenor's warhammer sang through the air with devastating effect, while Drizzt's scimitars wove patterns of deadly precision around the dwarf's flanks, their combined assault cutting through the orc ranks with an efficiency that astonished even the veteran warriors who witnessed their partnership. The aftermath of that battle saw the beginning of a friendship that would define both their lives, built upon the solid foundation of mutual respect, earned through shared danger and demonstrated character. Bruenor's acceptance of the Drow came not through any gradual warming of feeling or slow erosion of prejudice, but through the immediate recognition that Drizzt was exactly the kind of person he had always hoped to find, someone whose actions were guided by principle rather than self-interest, whose courage never faltered when innocents were threatened, and whose loyalty, once given, could be counted upon absolutely. The introductions that followed their battlefield partnership revealed the depth of Bruenor's unconventional approach to family and friendship. Wulfgar, the young barbarian who served as the dwarf's adopted son, was himself a testament to Bruenor's ability to see potential where others saw only threat. The towering Northman had been captured as a boy during one of the tribal raids that periodically threatened the settled communities, but instead of being enslaved or executed, he had been taken in by the dwarf king and raised as a son, taught the values of civilization without losing the primal strength that marked his heritage. The sight of Wulfgar was itself enough to command attention, his massive frame draped in the furs and leather that marked his barbarian origins, his blonde hair flowing loose around shoulders broad enough to bear the weight of responsibilities that would crush lesser men. But it was his eyes that revealed the true measure of his character, blue as the northern skies, and burning with an intensity that spoke of intelligence tempered by wisdom, strength guided by compassion, and ambition elevated by the desire to protect rather than to conquer. Zachnafein, the warhammer that hung at Wulfgar's side, was itself a symbol of the bonds that united this unlikely family. Forged by Bruenor's own hands, as a gift to mark his adopted son's coming of age, the weapon represented countless hours of labor, motivated not by duty or obligation but by love, its mithril head engraved with protective runes that spoke to the dwarf's determination to shield his child from every danger that the harsh world might present. The third member of their growing fellowship was perhaps the most unlikely of all, a halfling whose diminutive stature and cheerful demeanor concealed abilities that had made him one of the most effective thieves and negotiators in the northern reaches. Regis Rumblebelly moved through the world with the easy confidence of one who had learned to turn apparent weakness into unexpected strength, his round face and innocent smile serving as the perfect camouflage for a mind that could calculate odds and evaluate opportunities with mathematical precision. But beneath the roguish exterior lay a heart that was fundamentally decent, guided by a moral compass that pointed steadily toward the protection of friends and the advancement of justice, even when such principles conflicted with personal profit or safety. The ruby pendant that hung around his neck was said to possess magical properties that could influence the thoughts and emotions of others, but Regis wielded such power with a restraint that spoke to his essential goodness, using his abilities to diffuse conflicts and promote understanding, rather than to advance his own interests at the expense of others. The final member of their band was also the most complex, a young human woman whose life had been shaped by circumstances that would have broken lesser spirits, but had instead forged her into something approaching perfection in both physical capability and moral strength. Catti Bree had been orphaned at an early age during one of the orc raids that periodically swept down from the mountains, but like Wulfgar, she had been taken in by Bruenor and raised as his own daughter, her human heritage presenting no barrier to the dwarf's fierce protective love. Under Bruenor's tutelage, she had developed into a warrior whose skills with bow and blade were matched by few and exceeded by none. Her auburn hair flowing behind her like a banner as she moved through combat with the fluid grace of a dancer and the deadly precision of a master assassin. But it was her mind that truly set her apart, an intelligence that grasped complex tactical situations with intuitive understanding, and a wisdom that allowed her to see through deception and recognize truth even when it was carefully concealed. The acceptance that these four offered to Drizzt was immediate and unconditional, based not on any gradual warming of feeling or careful evaluation of his worth, but on the simple recognition that he shared the values and principles that bound them together as a family. There were no probationary periods, no tests of loyalty to be passed, no elaborate rituals of initiation to be endured. From the moment of their first meeting, he was simply one of them, welcomed into their fellowship with the same warmth and trust that they offered to each other. The adventures that followed their initial partnership served to strengthen bonds that had been forged strong from the beginning. Each shared danger and mutual triumph, adding another layer to the foundation of trust and affection that united them. When ancient evils stirred in the depths beneath their mountain home, they stood together against threats that would have overwhelmed any individual hero. When political intrigue threatened to tear apart the alliances that kept the northern communities safe, they worked as one to preserve the peace that protected thousands of innocent lives. But perhaps more importantly, they served as living proof that the barriers between races were artificial constructs that could be overcome by those willing to look beyond surface differences to the essential commonalities that united all thinking beings. The sight of dwarf and human, barbarian and halfling, dark elf and surface dweller, working together in perfect harmony challenged every assumption about the impossibility of lasting cooperation between peoples whose histories were marked by conflict and suspicion. Their shared quarters in the halls of Mithril Hall became a haven where racial prejudice simply did not exist, where ideas were judged by their merit rather than their source, where friendship was based on character rather than heritage. In the evenings, when the day's adventures were done, and they gathered around the fire to share stories and plan for tomorrow's challenges, the differences that the outside world considered insurmountable simply ceased to matter. Drizzt found in this fellowship something he had never dared to hope for during his years of exile and struggle. Not merely acceptance but belonging, not just tolerance but love. These companions saw him not as a dark elf who had somehow transcended his evil nature, but simply as Drizzt, their friend and brother whose origins were far less important than his choices, whose past was less relevant than his present, whose race was less significant than his character. The loyalty they offered each other was tested countless times in the crucible of adventure and danger, but it never wavered, never weakened, never showed the slightest crack under pressure. When Drizzt was captured by enemies seeking to use his Drow heritage against him, his companions moved heaven and earth to secure his freedom. When Wulfgar struggled with the conflicts between his barbarian heritage and his adopted civilized values, the others stood by him without judgment or criticism. When Catti Bree faced challenges that threatened to overwhelm even her considerable abilities, she knew without question that her family would be there to support her. In the halls and corridors of Mithril Hall, where dwarven craftsmanship had created chambers of breathtaking beauty from the living rock of the mountain, their laughter echoed with the pure joy of beings who had found in each other everything they had ever hoped for in terms of companionship and understanding. The treasures that filled those halls, gold and gems and artifacts of incredible power, seemed pale and insignificant compared to the wealth they had discovered in their friendship. The outside world watched their fellowship with a mixture of admiration and bewilderment, unable to fully comprehend how beings so different in origin and nature could function as a single unit with such perfect coordination and unwavering loyalty. Bards composed songs about their adventures, scholars wrote treatises about the implications of their cooperation, and rulers sought to understand the secret of their success, in hopes of applying it to their own political challenges. But those who knew them best understood that there was no secret, no special technique or hidden wisdom that had made their bond possible. They had simply chosen to judge each other by the content of their character, rather than the accident of their birth, to value actions over ancestry, to measure worth by virtue rather than heritage. In doing so, they had discovered that the barriers between peoples were far more fragile than most believed, requiring only courage and goodwill to overcome. As they stood together on the battlements of Mithril Hall, looking out over the vast expanse of the northern wilderness that they had sworn to protect, the companions of the hall represented something precious beyond measure, proof that friendship could transcend any boundary, that love could overcome any prejudice, that the bonds forged by choice were stronger than those imposed by birth. In a world torn by racial conflict and ancient hatreds, they offered hope that a better future was possible, that the divisions that seemed so permanent and insurmountable could be bridged by those willing to extend trust and accept it in return. Their legacy would endure long after their individual adventures had passed into legend, serving as an inspiration to countless others who dared to believe that the dream of true fellowship between peoples was not merely wishful thinking, but an achievable goal for those brave enough to make it reality. In the frozen reaches of the north, where survival demanded cooperation and success required trust, they had proven that the family we choose can be stronger than the family we are born into, that the bonds of the heart can transcend any barrier that society might construct between kindred spirits seeking their place in the world. Chapter 8. Love and Loss. The heart that opens itself to love also opens itself to the deepest form of suffering, for to care deeply for another is to make oneself vulnerable to a pain that no armor can deflect and no weapon can defend against. Heroes, perhaps more than any other souls, understand this cruel paradox, that the very compassion which drives them to protect others also ensures that they will suffer most acutely when their protection fails, that the love which gives their sacrifices meaning also becomes the source of their greatest anguish when fate demands a price they cannot bear to pay. In the years following his acceptance into the fellowship of the Companions of the Hall, Drizzt Do'Urden discovered that earning a place among those who valued his character above his heritage was only the first step in a longer journey toward the kind of life he had dreamed of during his darkest moments in exile. The bonds of brotherhood he had forged with Bruenor, Wulfgar, and Regis provided him with something precious beyond measure, the knowledge that he was valued and trusted by beings whose judgment he respected absolutely. But the human heart, no matter how disciplined by hardship or focused by noble purpose, yearns for connections that go beyond even the deepest friendship. The realization that he was capable of romantic love came to him slowly, like the gradual warming of stone that has been too long in shadow. For years, his emotional landscape had been dominated by the stark necessities of survival, the bitter struggle to reclaim his moral foundations, and the overwhelming relief of finding acceptance among the surface dwellers of Icewind Dale. The softer emotions, the tender vulnerabilities that make love possible, had been buried so deeply beneath layers of protective detachment that he had begun to believe they had been permanently destroyed by the harshness of his experiences. But in the gentle presence of Catti, daughter of his heart if not his blood to Bruenor Battlehammer, he found those carefully guarded feelings stirring to life once more. Her auburn hair caught the firelight in the great hall of Mithril Hall like captured sunset. Her intelligent blue eyes saw past the alien features that marked his Drow heritage to the person he had chosen to become. And her voice carried a warmth that seemed to thaw something frozen in the deepest chambers of his soul. The love that grew between them was a thing of rare beauty, built upon the solid foundation of shared adventure and mutual respect that had marked their friendship from its earliest days. They had fought beside each other in countless battles, had saved each other's lives more times than either could accurately count, had shared the kind of experiences that reveal character in its purest form. Each knew the other's capabilities and limitations, strengths and fears, dreams and nightmares with an intimacy that few lovers ever achieve. Yet even as their affection deepened into something that transcended friendship, both were acutely aware of the obstacles that stood between them and the simple happiness that other couples might take for granted. The differences in their lifespans alone presented challenges that had no easy solutions. As a Drow, Drizzt could expect to live for centuries, while Catti-brie's human heritage meant that her time was measured in mere decades. The love that felt eternal in the present moment would inevitably be truncated by the inexorable passage of time, leaving one to mourn while the other slept in death's embrace. More immediately pressing were the social complications that their relationship created within the communities they served. While the companions of the Hall had long since moved beyond racial prejudice in their personal relationships, the broader society of the northern settlements viewed the prospect of romantic involvement between a human woman and a dark elf, with reactions ranging from disapproval to outright horror. The acceptance that Drizzt had earned through years of heroic service was broad enough to encompass his presence as a defender and ally, but it was not necessarily deep enough to extend to integration through marriage into the human bloodlines of 10 towns. The pressures they faced were both subtle and overt, manifesting in everything from meaningful glances and whispered conversations to direct confrontations with individuals who viewed their relationship as a betrayal of human interests or a corruption of racial purity. Catti-brie, who had never known her biological parents and had been raised by dwarves to value character above ancestry, found herself forced to defend not only her choice of partner, but the entire framework of values that had shaped her understanding of what mattered in relationships between thinking beings. For Drizzt, the opposition to their relationship struck at his deepest fears about his place in surface society, reviving all the doubts and insecurities that he had thought permanently laid to rest through years of heroic service. The knowledge that his love for Catti-brie was causing her pain and social difficulty awakened in him a guilt that was all the more agonizing for being entirely undeserved, a sense that his very nature as a Drow made him unsuitable for the kind of normal happiness that others could pursue without consequence. The internal struggle that followed tested every aspect of his hard-won emotional stability, as he found himself torn between the desire to claim the love that was freely offered and the fear that accepting it would ultimately cause more harm than good to the woman who had become the center of his world. The same selflessness that had driven him to reject the evil of Drow society now whispered that true love might require the ultimate sacrifice, walking away from happiness to ensure that the beloved could find peace and acceptance among her own people. But even as they struggled with the social pressures that surrounded their relationship, fate was preparing challenges that would make such considerations seem trivial by comparison. The enemies that heroes inevitably attract are seldom content to limit their attacks to direct confrontation, preferring instead to strike at the bonds that give their opponents strength and purpose. In Drizzt's case, his growing reputation as a champion of good had drawn the attention of forces that recognized his emotional attachments as potential weapons to be used against him. The first such attack came in the form of assassins sent by his own family, Drow agents of House Durden, who had never forgiven his abandonment of their cause, and who saw his happiness on the surface as an insult that demanded retribution. Their assault was carefully planned to maximize psychological damage rather than merely physical harm, targeting not just Drizzt himself, but the innocent people whose association with him had marked them as legitimate targets in the twisted value system of Drow society. The battle that ensued was unlike any that Drizzt had previously fought, charged with emotional stakes that made every clash of blades feel like a matter of life and death for more than just the immediate combatants. As he struggled to protect Catti-brie and his other companions from enemies who knew exactly which pressures to apply to cause him maximum anguish, he was forced to confront the terrible possibility that his very presence in their lives had made them targets for dangers they would never have faced otherwise. The resolution of that particular crisis came at a cost that would haunt him for years to come, as several innocent people lost their lives simply because they had been associated with him when the Drow assassins struck. The knowledge that his past had reached across the vast distances between the Underdark and the surface world to claim victims who had never harmed anyone was a burden that no amount of rational analysis could lighten. Even though he bore no direct responsibility for the actions of his enemies, the guilt that settled upon his shoulders was no less crushing for being undeserved. In the aftermath of that attack, the relationship between Drizzt and Catti-brie took on a different character, marked by an underlying awareness that their love existed in the shadow of constant danger. Every moment of happiness was tinged with the knowledge that it might be their last. Every expression of affection carried the weight of understanding that forces beyond their control were actively working to destroy what they had built together. The pattern that emerged over the following years was one of love repeatedly tested by loss, of happiness shadowed by sacrifice, of joy interrupted by the demands of duty that seemed to grow more complex and urgent with each passing season. Time and again, just as their relationship seemed to be finding stable ground, new crises would arise that demanded choices between personal fulfillment and the greater good, between private happiness and public responsibility. The demands of heroism, they discovered, were not limited to the battlefield but extended into every aspect of their lives, shaping their decisions about when and how to express their love, influencing their plans for the future, even affecting their ability to enjoy simple moments of peace and contentment. The knowledge that others depended upon them for protection meant that their own needs and desires always had to be weighed against the potential consequences of their actions for the broader community they served. Perhaps the most heartbreaking aspect of their situation was the gradual realization that the very qualities that had drawn them to each other, their courage, their selflessness, their unwavering commitment to protecting others, were also the qualities that made lasting happiness together almost impossible to achieve. Heroes, by their very nature, are called upon to make sacrifices that ordinary people never face, to accept risks that prudent individuals would avoid, to place the welfare of strangers above their own desires for safety and stability. The turning point came during one of the great crises that periodically threatened the northern settlements, when circumstances forced Drizzt to choose between saving Catti-brie's life and preventing a catastrophe that would have claimed hundreds of innocent victims. The choice itself was clear. Both knew without discussion that the greater good had to take precedence over personal considerations. But the emotional cost of making such a decision was devastating in ways that neither had fully anticipated. In that moment of ultimate crisis, as Drizzt turned away from the woman he loved to face a threat that only he could handle, both understood that their relationship had reached a crossroads that would define not only their future together, but their individual destinies as well. The love they shared was real and profound, but it existed in a world where such love was a luxury that heroes could seldom afford, where the demands of duty inevitably took precedence over the desires of the heart. The resolution of that crisis saw Catti-brie safely delivered from immediate danger, but at the cost of an emotional distance that settled between them like a chasm that could never quite be bridged. They remained devoted friends, trusted companions, and loyal allies, but the romance, it's a love that had once promised to transform their lives into something approaching fairy tale perfection, had been tempered by the harsh realities of a world that demanded more from its heroes than they could safely give, while maintaining personal relationships. In the years that followed, both would find love again with others whose lives were less directly intertwined with the dangers that heroism inevitably attracted, but neither would ever entirely forget the bittersweet lesson that their failed romance had taught them. Love, they learned, was not always enough to overcome the obstacles that fate placed in its path. No matter how pure the emotion, or how worthy the lovers might be of happiness, the tragedy of their relationship lay not in any failure of character or lack of devotion, but in the simple fact that some callings demand a completeness of commitment that leaves little room for the kind of emotional investment that romantic love requires. Heroes may inspire others through their willingness to sacrifice personal happiness for the greater good, but the cost of such inspiration is often paid in the currency of the heart, leaving even the greatest champions to wonder what might have been if circumstances had allowed them to choose love over duty. Yet even in loss, their relationship served a purpose that transcended personal fulfillment, demonstrating to a world divided by racial prejudice and ancient hatreds that love could indeed bridge any gap between peoples, that the human heart recognized no boundaries save those imposed by choice and character. Though their romance could not survive the pressures that surrounded it, the love they had shared served as proof that a better world was possible, one in which the artificial barriers between races would crumble before the simple recognition of shared humanity. In the end, perhaps the greatest testament to their love was not its duration, but its influence, the way it inspired others to look beyond surface differences to the essential qualities that make beings worthy of affection and respect. In a world where too many relationships were built upon foundations of convenience or conventional compatibility, they had dared to love based purely on recognition of character and alignment of values, creating something beautiful and meaningful even if it could not last forever. Chapter 9. The Legacy of Zachnafein. The measure of a father's love is not found in the comfort he provides during times of peace, but in the sacrifices he makes to ensure his children might find a better path than the one that circumstances forced upon him. In the darkest corners of existence, where hope seems impossible and redemption appears beyond reach, there sometimes emerges a parent whose willingness to endure personal damnation becomes the very foundation upon which a child's salvation is built. Such fathers do not seek recognition for their sacrifice, do not expect gratitude for their suffering, but find their reward in the simple knowledge that their pain has purchased possibilities that would otherwise never have existed. In the twisted spires of Menzoberranzan, where cruelty was elevated to the status of religious duty and compassion was punished as the gravest form of heresy, Zachnafein Dordan had long since learned that survival required the careful concealment of any emotion that might be construed as weakness by the priestesses of Lolth. For over 4 centuries, he had walked the razor's edge between maintaining his position as weapon master of House Dordan and preserving the essential core of decency that no amount of cultural conditioning had been able to completely destroy. The skills that had made him legendary among the Drow were born not from any love of violence or desire for dominance, but from the grim necessity of excelling at the only role that Drow society offered to males who possessed neither the cunning for political maneuvering nor the stomach for the kind of casual cruelty that marked successful merchants and traders. As weapon master, he was expected to be a perfect killing machine, an instrument of House Dordan's will, whose personal feelings were irrelevant as long as his effectiveness in combat remained absolute. But beneath the facade of cold professionalism that he presented to the world lay a mind that had never stopped questioning the fundamental assumptions upon which Drow civilization was built. In the quiet moments between training sessions, when the watchful eyes of priestesses were turned elsewhere, Zachnafein found himself wondering why strength had to be measured by the ability to inflict suffering, why loyalty had to be demonstrated through betrayal of one's own conscience, why survival required the systematic destruction of everything that made life worth living. These dangerous thoughts were carefully concealed, buried beneath layers of apparent compliance and masked by performances of casual brutality that convinced observers of his thorough corruption. He had learned through bitter experience that the priestesses could detect the slightest hint of moral deviation, that even the most private doubts could somehow be sensed by beings whose entire existence was devoted to rooting out weakness wherever it might attempt to hide. The birth of his son Drizzt represented both the fulfillment of his deepest hopes and the source of his greatest fears. For in the violet eyes of the newborn infant he saw a reflection of his own questioning nature, a spark of compassion that burned too brightly to be easily concealed. From the moment he first held the child in his arms, Zachnafein understood that this young life would face the same impossible choices that had tormented his own existence: conform to the expectations of Drow society, or suffer the consequences of moral rebellion. The decision to become actively involved in his son's upbringing was one that carried enormous risks, for weapon masters were traditionally expected to maintain emotional distance from their offspring, viewing them as potential tools or threats rather than objects of paternal affection. But Zachnafein recognized that Drizd's natural tendencies toward compassion and justice would need careful nurturing if they were to survive the systematic indoctrination that awaited him, that without guidance and support, the boy would either be corrupted by his environment or destroyed by his inability to adapt to it. The training sessions that father and son shared in the hidden chambers beneath House Do'Urden became something far more significant than mere instruction in weapon techniques and combat tactics. In the careful language of coded conversation and subtle gesture, Zachnafein began to pass on the lessons that had sustained him through centuries of moral compromise: how to maintain one's essential nature while presenting an acceptable facade to those in power, how to find meaning in small acts of resistance when larger rebellion was impossible, how to preserve hope even when surrounded by seemingly insurmountable darkness. The relationship that developed between them was both profound and heartbreaking, built upon the shared understanding that they were kindred spirits trapped in a system that sought to corrupt everything decent about their nature. Each lesson in swordplay became an opportunity to discuss the difference between necessary violence and cruelty for its own sake. Each sparring session included whispered conversations about the importance of protecting those who could not protect themselves. Each demonstration of advanced techniques carried with it the underlying message that true strength came from restraint rather than brutality. But even as he worked to prepare his son for the challenges that lay ahead, Zachnafein was acutely aware that his influence was limited, that the forces arrayed against Drizd's moral development were vast and implacable. The priestesses of Lolth had perfected their techniques of corruption over millennia, and they would not allow the son of a noble house to escape their influence without a struggle that would test every aspect of the boy's character and resolve. The years during which Drizzt attended the Warrior Academy of Melee Mag, there were perhaps the most difficult of Zachnafein's long life, as he was forced to watch from a distance, while his son struggled with the same moral conflicts that had once nearly destroyed his own sanity. Reports of the boy's reluctance to embrace the full darkness of Drow culture reached him through carefully cultivated sources, and each account filled him with a mixture of pride and terror that was almost unbearable in its intensity. When word came that Drizzt had committed the ultimate act of rebellion by turning his weapons against his fellow students in defense of surface dwellers, Zachnafein felt a surge of paternal pride so powerful that it threatened to overwhelm the careful emotional controls that had kept him alive for so many centuries. His son had chosen righteousness over safety, had risked everything rather than compromise his principles, had proven that the lessons whispered in hidden chambers had taken root, despite all the efforts of Drow society to corrupt them. But that pride was immediately tempered by the knowledge of what such defiance would cost. For Zachnafein understood better than anyone the fate that awaited Drow who openly challenged the established order. The priestesses would not simply execute Drizzt for his crimes, they would break him slowly and thoroughly, stripping away his sanity and his sense of self, until nothing remained but a hollow shell that served as a warning to others who might dare to follow his example. The decision to intervene directly in his son's fate was one that Zachnafein had been preparing for unconsciously throughout Drizd's entire life, though the final form that intervention would take had never been clearly envisioned until circumstances forced his hand. When Malice Do'Urden announced her intention to offer her youngest son as a sacrifice to Lolth in penance for his defiance, Zachnafein knew that the moment had come to pay the ultimate price for his paternal love. The bargain he struck with the matron mother was simple in its terms, but devastating in its implications. His own life would be forfeit to the Spider Queen in place of Drizzt, offered willingly as proof of House Do'Urden's continued loyalty to the established order. In exchange, his son would be given the opportunity to flee Menzoberranzan and seek whatever redemption might await him in the tunnels of the deep Underdark, or the alien realms of the surface world. The ritual that followed was attended by all the pomp and ceremony that marked the most significant religious observances in Drow society, but for Zachnafein, the elaborate preparations and formal pronouncements seemed to fade into background noise as he focused on the knowledge that his sacrifice was purchasing something precious beyond measure: the chance for goodness to triumph over evil, for love to prove stronger than hatred, for hope to survive even in the darkest of circumstances. As the sacrificial blade descended toward his heart, Zachnafein's final thoughts were not of regret for his own lost life or fear of whatever afterlife awaited him, but of profound satisfaction that his death was giving meaning to everything he had endured during his centuries of moral exile. The son who would carry on his true legacy was free to seek his own path, armed with the lessons that only a father's love could provide, and the knowledge that sacrifice for righteous principles was the highest calling to which any being could aspire. But even death could not completely sever the bonds that united father and son, for the magic that permeated Drow society sometimes worked in ways that its practitioners never intended. The spirit of Zachnafein, bound to the material plane by the strength of his paternal devotion and the unfinished business of ensuring his son's continued survival, would occasionally manifest in moments of greatest crisis, offering guidance and support when Drizzt faced challenges that threatened to overwhelm even his considerable abilities. These spectral encounters were brief and infrequent, limited by the cosmic laws that governed such manifestations, but they served to remind Drizzt that his father's love transcended even the barrier of death. In the most desperate moments of his exile in the Underdark tunnels, when the hunter threatened to claim his soul completely, he would sometimes catch glimpses of a familiar figure moving through the shadows, offering wordless encouragement that helped him maintain his grip on sanity and righteousness. The lessons that Zachnafein had taught his son proved their value countless times over the years that followed, providing the moral foundation that allowed Drizzt to navigate the complex challenges of life on the surface world. When faced with decisions that tested his principles, when confronted with situations where the easy path conflicted with the righteous one, when tempted to abandon his ideals in favor of expedient solutions, he would hear his father's voice whispering the wisdom that had been purchased with blood and sacrifice. The influence of Zachnafein's legacy extended far beyond his immediate family, rippling outward through the lives of everyone who came into contact with Drizzt, and recognized in him the living embodiment of principles that his father had died to preserve. The companions of the Hall, the communities of 10 towns, the countless individuals who benefited from Drizzt's heroic interventions, all of them were, in a very real sense, inheritors of Zachnafein's gift, recipients of the blessings that his sacrifice had made possible. In the great halls of Mithril Hall, where Drizzt found the acceptance and fellowship that his father had never been able to experience, visitors would sometimes notice a particular portrait that hung in a place of honor among the family treasures. The painting depicted a Drow warrior whose features bore an unmistakable resemblance to their host, but whose eyes held a sadness that spoke of sacrifices made and prices paid for the sake of principles that few could understand. When asked about the portrait, Drizzt would speak with quiet reverence of the father who had given him more than life, who had provided him with the moral compass that guided every decision, and the strength of character that sustained him through every trial. The story he told was one of love triumphant over evil, of sacrifice rewarded with redemption, of a legacy that proved that even in the darkest circumstances, one individual's commitment to righteousness could change the world. The weapon techniques that Zachnafein had developed and passed on to his son became part of the legend that surrounded Drizzt's adventures, but those who understood the true significance of his training recognized that the physical skills were merely the outward expression of deeper lessons about honor, courage, and the proper use of strength in service of justice. Every perfectly executed attack, every defensive maneuver that saved innocent lives, every victory achieved through superior skill rather than superior cruelty, was a testament to a father's love and a son's determination to honor the sacrifice that had made his freedom possible. As Drizzt grew older and wiser, accumulating his own experiences, and developing his own understanding of the complexities that marked life in a world where good and evil were not always clearly defined. He began to appreciate even more fully the magnitude of what his father had given him. Zachnafein had not simply saved his life, he had provided him with the tools necessary to make that life meaningful, to transform his existence from mere survival into something approaching a work of art dedicated to the service of others. The conversations they had shared in the hidden chambers of House Do'Urden took on new significance as Drizzt faced the challenges of mentoring younger heroes who looked to him for guidance and inspiration. In teaching others the lessons that Zachnafein had taught him, he found ways to ensure that his father's wisdom would continue to influence the world long after both of them had passed into legend. The ultimate vindication of Zachnafein's sacrifice came not in any single heroic deed or dramatic triumph, but in the gradual recognition that his son had become exactly what he had hoped, a force for good in a world that desperately needed such forces, a living example of the possibility that individuals could choose their own destinies regardless of the circumstances of their birth. A hero whose very existence challenged the assumptions upon which systems of oppression and prejudice were built. In the end, Zachnafein Do'Urden had achieved something that few fathers ever manage. He had given his son not merely life but purpose, not simply freedom but the wisdom to use that freedom well, not just escape from evil, but the strength to become a champion of good. His legacy lived on in every life that Drizzt saved, every injustice that Drizzt opposed, every moment of hope that Drizzt brought to those who had abandoned hope, proving that love and sacrifice could indeed triumph over hatred and cruelty, that the bonds between father and son could transcend even death itself. Chapter 10. Artemis Entreri. The Dark Mirror. The line between hero and villain is often thinner than we dare admit, separated, not by vast philosophical chasms or fundamental differences in capability, but by the smallest of choices made in moments when character reveals itself with crystalline clarity. Sometimes fate arranges for us to encounter our own reflection, twisted into a form that shows us what we might have become had circumstances been different, had we chosen differently, had we allowed our pain to corrupt rather than strengthen us. These dark mirrors serve as both warning and validation, proving that the path we have chosen was indeed the right one, while demonstrating how easily we might have stumbled into darkness. From the shadowed streets of Calimport, where survival was measured in blood and success was counted in the tears of the innocent, there emerged an assassin whose reputation was built upon a foundation of absolute competence wedded to complete moral emptiness. Artemis Entreri had learned early in his brutal childhood that mercy was weakness, that compassion was vulnerability, and that the only reliable constant in a world of betrayal and violence was the cold comfort of steel drawn in service of those who paid the highest price for death, delivered with professional precision. Where Drizzt Do'Urden had been shaped by the love of a father who chose sacrifice over survival, Entreri had been forged in the crucible of abandonment and abuse, his earliest lessons taught by those who saw in his potential not something to be nurtured, but something to be exploited. The streets of the southern city had served as his academy, their alleys and rooftops his training ground, their criminal hierarchies his instructors in the arts of killing and the business of death. Yet for all the differences in their origins and early experiences, the parallels between the dark elf and the human assassin were unmistakable to any who looked beyond surface appearances to the essential nature of their abilities and motivations. Both possessed reflexes that bordered on the supernatural, combat skills that elevated them far above their peers, and an understanding of tactical situations that seemed almost precognitive in its accuracy. Both had learned to move through hostile environments with the fluid grace of predators, to read the intentions of opponents in the smallest details of posture and expression, to find victory through the application of superior technique rather than superior force. But where Drizzt had channeled his abilities in service of protection and justice, Entreri had turned his gifts toward the pursuit of personal advancement and professional reputation. Where the Drow had found meaning in saving lives, The human had found purpose in ending them. Where one had chosen to be defined by his nobility, despite his dark heritage, the other had embraced the darkness, despite his capacity for something greater. Their first encounter came about through the machinations of those who recognized that the assassin's reputation could be significantly enhanced by claiming victory over the legendary Dark Elf Ranger, who had become a symbol of hope throughout the Northern Territories. The contract placed upon Drizzt life was motivated not by any personal animosity or specific grievance, but by the cold calculation that killing such a renowned hero would establish Entreri's name among the elite practitioners of his deadly profession. The hunt that followed was a masterpiece of patience and precision, as Entreri applied all his considerable skills to the task of learning his target's patterns, weaknesses, and psychological vulnerabilities. He studied the companions of the Hall with the dedication of a scholar, researching an academic thesis, identifying the bonds of affection that might be exploited, and the moral principles that could be turned against their possessor. Most importantly, he recognized in Drizzt a kindred spirit in terms of capability, while understanding that this kinship made his opponent more dangerous rather than less so. When they finally faced each other in single combat, the confrontation was electric, with the tension of two perfectly matched opponents who understood that they were looking at distorted reflections of themselves. Entreri's jeweled dagger and sword wove patterns of deadly beauty that matched the intricate dance of Drizzt's twin scimitars, each fighter pushing the other to heights of performance that neither had ever achieved against any previous opponent. But more than a test of physical skills, their battle was a philosophical debate conducted through the language of steel and shadow, each fighter's techniques reflecting the fundamental beliefs that had shaped their approach to existence. Drizzt's defensive style spoke to his commitment to protecting rather than destroying, his willingness to accept wounds in order to avoid delivering killing blows, revealing the moral constraints that governed even his most desperate struggles. Entreri's aggressive precision demonstrated his belief that hesitation was weakness, that mercy was self-indulgence, that victory belonged to those willing to do whatever was necessary to achieve their goals. The fight ended not with victory for either combatant, but with a mutual recognition that they had found in each other something that transcended the simple relationship of hunter and prey. Each had been pushed to his absolute limits, and had survived only through the application of every skill, every instinct, every reserve of strength and will that he possessed. In that moment of mutual exhaustion and grudging respect, both understood that they had encountered their equal in terms of ability, while remaining absolute opposites in terms of purpose. The relationship that developed between them over the years was complex beyond easy categorization, marked by a fundamental antagonism that was nevertheless tinged with genuine admiration for each other's capabilities. They were enemies who understood each other better than most friends ever do, opponents whose conflicts revealed more about their essential natures than any amount of introspection could have achieved. Each served as a living reminder to the other of the road not taken, the choices not made, the person they might have become under different circumstances. For Drizzt, Entreri represented the darkest possibilities of his own nature, a vision of what he might have become if his father's love had not provided him with moral guidance, if his exile had broken his spirit rather than strengthening it, if his encounters with surface prejudice had turned him toward hatred rather than determination to prove his worth. The assassin's clinical efficiency and emotional detachment served as a constant reminder of how easily noble gifts could be perverted in service of ignoble goals. The conversations they shared during their various encounters were charged with undercurrents of mutual fascination and revulsion, each seeking to understand how someone so similar in capability could have chosen such a different path. Entreri was genuinely puzzled by Drizzt's commitment to principles that seemed to offer no practical benefit, while the Dark Elf was both horrified and intrigued by the human's ability to function without any apparent moral constraints whatsoever. "You could be so much more," Entreri would say, during their philosophical sparring matches, his voice carrying genuine conviction that his opponent was wasting abilities that could have made him the greatest assassin of his generation. The wealth, power, and freedom from conscience that such a career could provide seemed obviously superior to the constant struggle and emotional burden that came with Drizzt's chosen role as protector of the innocent. But Drizzt's response was always the same quiet certainty that meaning came not from what one could take from the world, but from what one could give to it. That true freedom was found, not in the absence of moral constraints, but in the conscious choice to embrace them. The gold that Entreri accumulated meant nothing compared to the knowledge that his actions made the world a better place, that his struggles served purposes greater than personal advancement, that his sacrifices purchased benefits for others rather than advantages for himself. The irony of their relationship was that each served to validate the other's choices while simultaneously challenging them. Entreri's success as an assassin proved that Drizzt's path was not the only viable option for someone with their shared abilities, while Drizzt's satisfaction with his heroic role demonstrated that Entreri's cynical worldview was not the inevitable result of acknowledging life's harsh realities. Each was living proof that the other could have chosen differently, could still choose differently, could yet become something other than what circumstances had made them. The respect they developed for each other was grudging but genuine, built upon the foundation of shared experiences that few others could understand. Both knew what it meant to be defined by abilities that set them apart from ordinary people, to carry burdens of expectation and reputation that influenced every aspect of their lives, to find themselves isolated by competence that made meaningful relationships with peers nearly impossible to achieve. In their most honest moments, both recognized that their conflicts served purposes beyond simple enmity or professional obligation. Entreri needed Drizzt as a measuring stick against which to gauge his own abilities, a worthy opponent whose defeat would provide the ultimate validation of his professional competence. Drizzt needed Entreri as a reminder of why his chosen path mattered, a living example of the consequences of abandoning moral principle in favor of expedient self-interest. The psychological complexity of their relationship deepened with each encounter, as both began to understand that their opposition was rooted not in hatred, but in a form of recognition so profound that it was almost uncomfortable to acknowledge. They were two sides of the same coin, twin expressions of human potential taken to opposite extremes, living arguments for fundamentally different approaches to existence in a world that offered few easy answers to questions of meaning and purpose. The tragedy of Artemis Entreri was not that he lacked the capacity for goodness, but that circumstances had convinced him such capacity was a liability he could not afford. The glimpses of nobility that occasionally surfaced in their interactions, and sense when he showed unexpected mercy, or demonstrated concern for innocents who served no purpose in his larger schemes, revealed that the moral core that Drizzt had fought so hard to preserve had once existed in the assassin as well, buried beneath layers of cynicism and professional detachment, but not entirely destroyed. For his part, Drizzt recognized in Entreri's tragic emptiness a reflection of what his own life might have become if he had allowed his pain to corrupt him rather than motivate him toward greater compassion. The assassin's clinical competence and emotional numbness served as a constant reminder of how easily the defense mechanisms necessary for survival could become permanent barriers to meaningful human connection. Their encounters became a form of dark therapy for both, opportunities to confront aspects of themselves that were easier to examine when projected onto an external opponent rather than acknowledged as internal possibilities. Through their conflicts, each gained insights into his own nature that would have been impossible to achieve through any amount of solitary reflection or philosophical discussion with allies who shared their fundamental worldview. The ultimate significance of their relationship lay not in any possibility of resolution or reconciliation, but in the way it forced both to articulate and defend the principles that governed their lives. Entreri's challenges pushed Drizzt to deeper understanding of why his moral commitments mattered, while Drizzt's example forced the assassin to confront the emptiness at the heart of his existence, the absence of meaning that no amount of professional success could fill. In the end, they remained what they had always been: perfect enemies whose opposition elevated both to heights they could never have achieved alone, dark mirrors whose reflections revealed truths that no ally could have shown them, kindred spirits whose fundamental disagreement about the nature of life and death, meaning and purpose, good and evil served to define both more clearly than any amount of self-examination could have accomplished. Their legacy was not victory for either side, but understanding for both. The recognition that the choices we make in response to suffering and adversity ultimately determine not just what we accomplish, but who we become. In their eternal dance of conflict and respect, they demonstrated that even enemies could serve as teachers, that opposition could be a form of relationship, and that sometimes the most important battles we fight are not against those who hate us, but against those who understand us all too well. Chapter 11. The Drow Pursuit. The past is never truly past for those who have dared to defy the fundamental assumptions upon which entire civilizations are built, for such rebellion marks them as existential threats to systems of power that cannot tolerate the living proof that their values are not immutable laws of nature, but choices that can be rejected by those with sufficient courage and moral clarity. When an individual escapes from a society that defines itself through the oppression and corruption of its members, that society must either acknowledge the validity of the escapees' critique or destroy them utterly, lest their example inspire others to question the foundations upon which the established order rests. In the twisted spires of Menzoberranzan, where the Spider Queen's web of deceit and betrayal had ensnared an entire race for millennia beyond counting, the successful escape of Drizzt of Durden represented more than the simple loss of a single noble son. His very existence on the surface world, his survival outside the confines of Drow society, his apparent prosperity among the despised surface races, served as a living indictment of everything the Dark Elves claimed to believe about their own superiority and the impossibility of thriving beyond the boundaries of Lolth's domain. The response to such heretical success could not be measured, could not be proportional, could not be anything less than the complete mobilization of resources necessary to prove that escape from Drow society was not merely difficult, but ultimately impossible. For if word spread through the Underdark that a Drow could reject his heritage and find happiness among surface dwellers, if other young Dark Elves began to believe that there were alternatives to the endless cycle of betrayal and cruelty that defined their existence, then the very foundations of their civilization would crumble beneath the weight of mass exodus toward the light. Vierna Doerden, sister to the heretic and priestess of Lolth, understood these implications with the clarity that comes from absolute devotion to a cause that defines one's entire existence. She had watched her brother's moral rebellion with a mixture of horror and fascination, had witnessed his transformation from promising young warrior to dangerous dissenter, had seen the way his very presence in the family compound served as a constant reminder that the values they held sacred were not universally accepted even among their own blood. When Drizzt's final act of defiance severed all ties between him and his birth family, when his escape to the surface became an accomplished fact rather than merely a threatening possibility, Vierna felt the weight of religious obligations settle upon her shoulders like a mantle of iron. The Spider Queen demanded not merely vengeance for the insult her brother represented, but the complete erasure of his influence from the world of the living, the transformation of his story from one of successful rebellion into a cautionary tale about the fate that awaited those who dared to challenge divine will. The resources that House Duorden committed to the pursuit were staggering in their scope and devastating in their implications for anyone unfortunate enough to be associated with their target. Vierna's expedition to the surface was equipped not merely for assassination but for warfare, carrying enough magical firepower and tactical expertise to level entire communities if necessary to accomplish their mission. The message they intended to send was clear. Those who aided heretics would share their fate. Those who offered refuge would find only destruction, and those who thought distance could protect them from Drow vengeance would learn the hard truth about the reach of Lolth's wrath. But the pursuit that emerged from the depths was motivated by more than religious duty or family honor, complicated by personal emotions that made it far more dangerous than any purely professional operation could have been. Vierna's feelings toward her brother were a complex mixture of love and hatred, admiration and revulsion. protective instinct and murderous rage that defied simple categorization. She had genuinely cared for him during their childhood, had seen in his early promise the reflection of everything she had hoped the Dordan bloodline might achieve, had felt pride in his accomplishments even as she recognized the dangerous implications of his moral independence. The transformation of that love into implacable hatred was perhaps the most tragic aspect of the entire pursuit, demonstrating how thoroughly the values of Drow society could corrupt even the most fundamental human emotions. Vienna's devotion to Loth required her to view her brother's escape, not as the fulfillment of his individual potential, but as the ultimate betrayal of everything that should have bound them together as family. His success became her failure, his happiness her humiliation, his very survival a constant reminder of her inability to provide the guidance that might have kept him within the fold of acceptable Drow behavior. The expedition that she led to the surface was composed of the deadliest killers that Drow society could produce, individuals whose loyalty to the Spider Queen was matched only by their expertise in the arts of death and destruction. Each member of her strike force had been selected not merely for combat effectiveness, but for absolute ruthlessness, for the willingness to inflict whatever level of suffering might be necessary to accomplish their objectives. They were beings who had been so thoroughly corrupted by their culture that they viewed mercy as a form of weakness and compassion as evidence of mental deficiency. The tactical plan they developed for locating and eliminating their target demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of surface world conditions, combined with the kind of methodical thoroughness that marked the finest military operations. They would not simply hunt Drizzt directly, but would systematically destroy everything he had built during his years of exile. Everyone he had come to care about, every relationship that gave his life meaning and purpose. By the time they were finished, he would be left with nothing but the choice between death and return to Menzoberranzan in chains. The first phase of their campaign targeted the outlying communities of 10 towns, striking at the settlements where Drizzt's reputation as a protector was strongest and his absence would be most keenly felt. The attacks came without warning, erupting from the shadows with the sudden violence that marked all Drow military operations, leaving behind scenes of devastation that served as messages for anyone who might consider offering aid or comfort to their primary target. The psychological warfare that accompanied these strikes was perhaps even more effective than the physical destruction they accomplished, designed to create an atmosphere of terror and suspicion that would isolate Drizzt from potential allies and make his continued presence in the region a liability for anyone who had previously welcomed him. Survivors of the attacks spoke of dark elves, who seemed to materialize from thin air, who struck with supernatural precision, who left behind warnings that worse fates awaited those who continued to harbor the heretic in their midst. For Drizzt, watching from a distance as communities he had sworn to protect fell victim to attacks motivated entirely by their association with him, the anguish was almost unbearable. Each death laid at his feet by the Drow raiders served as a reminder of the price that others paid for his moral choices. Each destroyed home and grieving family member stood as evidence that his rebellion against Drow society had consequences that extended far beyond his own life. The guilt that accompanied this realization was all the more corrosive because it was entirely undeserved, rooted not in any actual wrongdoing on his part, but in the twisted logic of a society that held him responsible for the actions of his pursuers. The rational part of his mind understood that he bore no blame for the evil that others chose to inflict, that his escape from Drow society was a moral necessity rather than a selfish abandonment of responsibility. But the emotional impact of watching innocents suffer because of their association with him created wounds that no amount of logical analysis could heal. The hunt intensified as Verna's forces closed in on their quarry, their tactics becoming more desperate and their methods more brutal as they sensed that their opportunity to complete their mission might be slipping away. The network of informants and collaborators they had cultivated among the surface communities began to fray under the pressure of constant fear, as even those who had been willing to betray Drizzt for gold or promises of protection began to understand that their own survival might depend on his continued freedom. The confrontation that finally brought hunter and hunted face to face was arranged not through careful planning or tactical brilliance, but through the simple inevitability that governs all such pursuits. Drizzt could not continue to run indefinitely while innocent people suffered for his freedom, could not abandon the principles that had motivated his escape simply to preserve his own safety, could not allow his sister's twisted love to transform itself into an engine of destruction that consumed everything he held dear. The battle that followed was unlike any that Drizzt had previously fought, charged with emotional currents that made every clash of weapons feel like a blow to the heart as well as the body. Vierna fought with the desperate fury of one whose entire worldview was being challenged by her opponent's continued existence, her attacks powered not merely by religious fanaticism but by the anguish of a sister who had loved her brother and could not understand how that love had been so thoroughly rejected. For Drizzt, the conflict represented the final severance of ties that had bound him to his birth family, the ultimate rejection of claims based on blood rather than choice, the decisive victory of moral principle over emotional attachment. Each parry of his sister's blade was an act of self-defense, not merely against physical harm, but against the psychological pressure to abandon his convictions in favor of family loyalty, to accept that his rebellion had been a mistake that could still be corrected through submission to Drow authority. The resolution of their personal conflict came not through any dramatic reversal or moment of mutual recognition, but through the grinding inevitability of superior skill applied in service of superior principle. Vierna's death was both tragedy and liberation, the end of a pursuit that had consumed years of his life and claimed the lives of countless innocents, but also the final proof that escape from Drow society was not merely possible, but sustainable for those willing to pay the necessary price. In the aftermath of that final confrontation, as Drizzt stood among the bodies of his pursuers and contemplated the magnitude of what their hunt had cost, in terms of innocent lives and destroyed communities, he understood that he had achieved something unprecedented in the history of his people. He had not merely escaped from Drow society, but had survived their most determined efforts to reclaim or destroy him, had proven that individual moral choice could triumph over cultural conditioning, had demonstrated that the bonds forged by shared values were stronger than those imposed by shared heritage. The victory was bittersweet, purchased with sacrifices that would haunt him for years to come. But it was complete in ways that transcended personal survival or tactical success. He had broken the chain of inevitable corruption that had bound his family for generations, had created possibilities for future generations of Drow who might dare to dream of something better than the endless cycle of betrayal and cruelty that defined their society. The pursuit was ended, but its legacy would endure in the form of a living example that proved change was possible, that individuals could choose their own destinies regardless of the expectations imposed by birth or circumstance, that even the most determined efforts to enforce conformity could be overcome by those with sufficient courage and moral clarity to resist them. In the frozen reaches of the north, surrounded by friends who valued him for his character rather than his heritage, Drizzt Do'Urden had found something that no Drow before him had ever achieved: true freedom from the web of Lolth's influence, genuine escape from the darkness that had claimed his people, and lasting proof that the light was strong enough to overcome even the most ancient shadows. Chapter 12. The Eternal Legend. What makes a legend eternal is not the magnitude of its deeds or the power of its magic, but the universality of its truths and the timeless relevance of its lessons to the human condition. True legends transcend the specifics of their origins to become mirrors in which each generation can see reflected its own struggles with fundamental questions of choice, character, and moral purpose. They endure not because they offer easy answers to complex problems, but because they illuminate the difficult path that must be walked by anyone who seeks to live with integrity in a world that often rewards compromise and punishes principle. The legend of Drizzt Do'Urden has achieved such immortality not through any single act of heroism, no matter how spectacular, but through the cumulative power of a life lived in defiance of every expectation, every assumption, every comfortable prejudice that sought to define him by circumstances beyond his control, rather than choices within his power. His story resonates across cultures and generations because it speaks to the fundamental human experience of struggling to become something better than what our origins might suggest is possible, of finding the courage to choose principle over expedience when the cost of righteousness seems almost too high to bear. In the great halls of learning, where scholars debate the nature of heroism and the qualities that elevate ordinary beings to legendary status, Drizd's life serves as a masterclass in the difference between heroes who are born to greatness and those who achieve it through the deliberate cultivation of virtue in the face of overwhelming adversity. He possessed no divine mandate, no prophetic destiny, no magical bloodline that guaranteed his eventual triumph over the forces of darkness. What he had was rarer and more powerful: the unshakable conviction that who he chose to become mattered more than what he had been born to be. The transformation from Drow noble to surface world hero was not accomplished through any single moment of dramatic revelation or divine intervention, but through the patient accumulation of small choices made in moments when character reveals itself with crystalline clarity, each decision to show mercy when cruelty would have been easier, each instance of placing others' welfare above his own safety, each refusal to abandon his principles when circumstances made such abandonment seem logical. These were the building blocks from which a legend was constructed, one decision at a time, one day at a time, one act of moral courage at a time. The significance of his journey extends far beyond the personal transformation of one individual, profound though that transformation may have been. In a world where racial prejudice and cultural hatred were accepted as natural and inevitable, where the sins of ancestors were visited upon descendants as immutable law, where the circumstances of birth were believed to determine the possibilities of life, Drizd's very existence served as living proof that such assumptions were not divine mandates but human choices that could be changed by those brave enough to challenge them. The communities that initially rejected him based on his Drow heritage learned through bitter experience that their prejudices were not protecting them from danger, but preventing them from recognizing a potential ally whose capabilities far exceeded their most optimistic hopes. The individuals who moved beyond fear to friendship discovered that the bonds forged through shared struggle and mutual respect were stronger than any connection based on racial similarity or cultural conformity. Most importantly, the generations that followed witnessed the gradual erosion of barriers that had once seemed as permanent as mountains, worn away by the patient example of one individual who refused to accept that such barriers were necessary or eternal. The tactical brilliance that marked his combat prowess was perhaps the least important aspect of his legacy, though it was often the most celebrated by those who witnessed his adventures. His scimitars sang through countless battles with a precision and grace that elevated warfare to the level of art. But the true artistry lay not in his technique but in his restraint, not in his ability to kill, but in his wisdom about when such killing was necessary, and when mercy might achieve more than violence ever could. The magical panther that fought beside him became a symbol of the bonds that could exist between beings of different natures when mutual respect and genuine affection provided the foundation for relationship. Gwenhwyvar's loyalty to Drizzt was not compelled by magical binding or purchased through reward, but freely given in recognition of character that transcended species barriers. Their partnership demonstrated that understanding and cooperation were possible between any beings willing to look beyond surface differences to the essential qualities that mattered: courage, kindness, loyalty, and the commitment to protecting those who could not protect themselves. The friendships he forged with the companions of the Hall provided perhaps the most powerful validation of his belief that individuals should be judged by their actions rather than their ancestry. Bruenor's immediate acceptance, Wulfgar's respectful partnership, Regis's warm camaraderie, and Catti-brie's deep affection all served as evidence that racial prejudice was a learned behavior rather than an instinctive response, something that could be unlearned by those willing to examine their assumptions and adjust their attitudes based on direct experience rather than inherited fear. The romantic love that he shared, however briefly, with Bree challenged one of the deepest taboos of their society, while demonstrating that the human heart recognizes no boundaries save those imposed by choice and character. Their relationship, though ultimately curtailed by the practical pressures of their heroic calling, proved that love could indeed bridge any gap between peoples, that attraction and affection were based on the recognition of kindred spirits, rather than the accident of shared heritage. Even his conflicts with enemies like Artemis Entreri served to illuminate important truths about the nature of choice and consequence in shaping individual destiny. The assassin represented everything that Drizzt might have become if his circumstances had been different, if his moral education had been lacking, if his capacity for compassion had been corrupted by pain rather than strengthened by it. Their eternal dance of opposition demonstrated that similar capabilities could lead to opposite conclusions, that talent without principle was ultimately hollow, that the gifts we possess matter less than the purposes to which we dedicate them. The pursuit by his own family, tragic though it was in its personal dimensions, served as the ultimate test of his commitment to the principles he had chosen to embrace. When forced to choose between family loyalty and moral integrity, between the comfort of belonging and the isolation of righteousness, between the safety of conformity and the danger of continued rebellion, he chose the harder path without hesitation or regret. His victory over the forces sent to reclaim or destroy him was not merely tactical but philosophical, proving that individual conscience could triumph over cultural conditioning, that personal choice could overcome social pressure, that the bonds we forge through shared values are stronger than those imposed by shared blood. The true measure of his legend lies not in the adventures themselves, spectacular though many of them were, but in the way his story has continued to inspire others long after the specific details of his exploits have passed into history. Gnaw taverns and halls throughout the realms, in the quiet moments when individuals face their own moral crossroads, in the hearts of those who struggle against prejudice and hatred in all its forms, the example of Drizzt Do'Urden serves as a reminder that change is possible, that transformation is achievable, that the courage to stand alone for principle can eventually lead to the joy of finding others who share that principle. The children who grow up hearing his story learn that heroes are not born but made, not destined but chosen, not perfect but perfectible, through the patient application of moral effort and the willingness to learn from mistakes. They understand that the greatest victories are often won not on battlefields but in the quieter moments when we choose kindness over cruelty, understanding over prejudice, hope over despair. They see in his journey proof that no origin is so dark that it cannot be overcome, no heritage so tainted that it cannot be redeemed, no past so shameful that it cannot be transcended through the deliberate choice to become something better. The scholars who study his life in academic settings find in it a perfect case study of the complex relationships between individual agency and social pressure, between personal morality and cultural values, between the desire for belonging and the need for integrity. His experiences provide insights into the nature of heroism that go far beyond simple combat prowess or magical ability, illuminating the psychological and spiritual dimensions of choosing to live according to principle, even when such choice comes at enormous personal cost. But perhaps most importantly, his legend endures because it speaks to the fundamental human longing for redemption, for the possibility that we can rise above our origins and circumstances to become something worthy of respect and admiration. In a world where too many people feel trapped by the limitations imposed by birth, education, social class, or cultural background, Drizzt's story offers hope that such limitations are not permanent features of reality, but temporary obstacles that can be overcome through courage, persistence, and unwavering commitment to doing what is right, regardless of the consequences. The halls of Mithril Hall, where he found acceptance and fellowship among the dwarves, have become a pilgrimage site for those seeking to understand how bridges can be built between peoples who have traditionally viewed each other with suspicion and fear. The visitors who walk those corridors see in the portraits and artifacts displayed there not just the memorabilia of past adventures, but evidence that the future can be different from the past, that ancient hatreds can give way to new friendships, that the divides between races and cultures are not permanent features of the landscape, but human constructions that can be dismantled by those willing to do the necessary work. In the end, the legend of Drizzt Do'Urden endures because it embodies the most fundamental and universal of human truths, that we are not prisoners of our circumstances, but architects of our own destiny, that the choices we make in moments of moral testing define us more completely than any accident of birth or twist of fate, that the courage to choose right over easy is available to anyone willing to pay the price that such courage demands. His story reminds us that heroes walk among us always, that legends are made not in the distant past but in the present moment, that each of us possesses the capacity to transcend our limitations and become something greater than what we were. As long as individuals struggle against the forces of prejudice and hatred, as long as people seek to overcome the disadvantages of their origins, as long as anyone dares to believe that a better world is possible through the accumulated efforts of those who choose principle over expedience, the legend of Drizzt Do'Urden will continue to shine like a beacon in the darkness, offering hope to the hopeless, courage to the fearful, and inspiration to all who seek to make their own lives into legends worthy of remembrance. In the end, perhaps that is the greatest magic of all. The power of one life, lived with integrity and purpose, to illuminate the path for countless others who follow in the footsteps of those who dared to choose the light.